Ooh, welcome everyone to the Sports Gambling Podcast NFL Draft live stream. I am Sean, stacking the money green with my partner in picks, Ryan. Real distance Kramer. What's happening?
Real distance. Wow, this is
Real
a different
social
setup.
distance.
I'm looking at you. I have the draft on behind me with closed captioning. We have a waiting room where this is going to be a complete shit show. I think I'm also working the board. Way too many things being juggled over here in the SGPN studios. But Sean, the draft is here.
It is.
What are we thinking? Talk to me.
It's going to be awesome. First off, we got our draft props sheet. Probably too late to get it going now, but we have a bunch of fun props we gave out on the podcast. So looking to cash those. It's going to be exciting. We got the commish. He's going to be getting booed virtually. And as the picks go along, we're going to be joined by either like super fans of the specific teams. And we got a whole roster of guys. So this is awesome. I'm drinking beer. I'm watching real football action, real stuff that will have implications in the 2020 NFL season. I'm jacked up. How you feeling, Kramer?
I'm feeling like I'm juggling a lot of stuff going on. This is really going to be a hilarious shit show. I just hope that the Giants draft isn't the shit show that I'm predicting on my end right now.
Yes.
Maybe that's where the nerves are, Sean. I'm sorry for interrupting. Maybe I'm just nervous. Gettleman's about to screw this up.
Well, and there's the tech guys standing by. Each NFL team is allowed one tech person in their house. There's a lot of like over-unders on how many screw-ups are going to happen.
Sean, I do not have an IT guy in a Winnebago outside my house. That's for sure.
I mean, we're already getting these like long pauses between every sort of conversations. Like, Roger, I never thought I'd ask you this, but how is your bandwidth? I never thought I'd have to answer. Like, why? How have we figured out the technology, but the NFL can't? But yeah, they're actually doing virtual booing, some partnership with Budweiser. So the NFL commissioner will know what it's like to feel the boos rain down upon him from his basement. I mean, I'm just excited to talk about the NFL and just get involved in football. We of course put out our way too early NFL win totals podcast, breaking down the win totals. But Kramer, why don't you play some dramatic music? I know a lot of people are probably just getting to their computers, just getting to the setup. Maybe they got the 2-screen experience going. Perfect time to announce our latest simulated promotion, Madden Mayhem. That's right. A 32-team Madden simulation tournament presented by good pals over at mybookie.ag. We're going to be giving away $10,000 in my bookie credits. That's right, $10,000 to the winner of the best bracket. And of course, there'll be live wagering, in-game wagering, all that action. You can bet on Madden games that we will be calling. All you got to do to sign up is sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden.
Jesus, Sean.
I know.
I'm very excited. The basketball was fun, but let's be honest. Basketball is always going to take a second fiddle.
Football is king. And the first preview game of our live Madden tournament, where we'll be doing the play-by-play. First game is this Saturday, 4:00. And we have a 4:00 East, 1:00 Pacific. And we will be doing that game live. And if that wasn't cool enough, mybookie.ag, of course, use that promo code SGP. They're going to be throwing in a $20 free play for that Madden sim. So you've never gotten involved in before in the sim game. Perfect time to do it. $20 bet. If you hit it, you get the cash. If you don't, no skin off your back. Free $20 bet. So that's going to be happening Saturday. We're taping a podcast with a special college football coach tomorrow. The content train just keeps rolling, Kramer, and it's going to be awesome.
Oh my God. Look at this giant Zoom call we have. And people are starting to join the call already. Of course, Sean, we are going to have fans from many of these teams joining us. Boo.
Roger Goodell on screen, and he's getting booed. as he should be. He's got a sweet basement though. I am jealous of his basement. Kramer, the Cincinnati Bengals, it feels like they're close enough to being on the clock. Why don't we welcome on our Cincinnati representative, stand-up comedian, huge Bengals fan, Justin Wood?
Hey, how are you guys?
Yes.
Justin.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Just hoping the Bengals don't screw this up somehow. Still, not until they say his name am I going to be comfortable yet.
So now I assume you want Joe Burrow. I know. I think you told me we had this conversation where you said last year if the Bengals go winless, I would be happy just so that they could get the Burrow pick. Was that your thought? Were you really hoping?
No, it was more just to get rid of Marvin Lewis.
That's right. You were fine with them going winless to get rid of Marvin Lewis.
Exactly. And at first I wanted Chase Young. I was like, he's the most NFL ready player in this entire draft. He would be great for the Bengals. But I mean, the way Burrow's been playing, you can't not go with Burrow now. So, but I'm also an Ohio State fan, so I could be playing Homer right there on that.
Sean, well. Chase Young is at the top of my board as the number 1 overall player. But the Bengals have to do the smart thing here and take the goddamn quarterback.
They have to. So
what do you think happens to Andy Dalton after the Bengals draft Joe Burrow? It seems like they're holding on to him. They're going to try and figure out a trade, possibly. What do you think? Where do you think Dalton ends up?
I think he ends up getting released. I don't think teams are going to give his value or anything for him. And I think he ends up in New England. I think he'll be the Patriots quarterback next season. So I think that'll be Belichick's way of showing, hey, it's me. It's not Tom Brady.
If I can do it with Andy Dalton, I can do it with goddamn anyone.
And AJ Green might be right behind him. So, I mean, who knows?
Live update on the draft. We accidentally blew through the moment of silence, so apologies. And now Harry Connick Jr. is doing some sort of inspiring song. Shout out to all the COVID warriors out there.
That's the one tricky thing about using closed captions. You can't hear the moment of silence.
Yeah.
Speaking of Harry Connick, I got my shot at tequila right here waiting on
nice.
This draft pick.
Very nice. I just ordered a glass of whiskey from my 8-year-old. Should be coming.
There you go. I'm actually at work right now making to-go cocktails, but my boss is letting me come over here to do this podcast real quick.
Oh, that's awesome. What a cool ass boss. Mm-hmm. And what is the most popular to-go cocktail right now?
I mean, it's always margaritas in Santa Monica. Margaritas or vodka soda. So
yeah, get a little road Cody. Now how into Burrow are you right now? Do you have the jersey ordered, ready to go?
I want to turn all my B's on my hats into Burrow, like put Burrow under them or something. Everyone, I think people forget, like, being the quarterback for the Bengals isn't like a horrible, like, I mean, Dalton wasn't terrible.
He had a good run.
And Carson Palmer had a good run. Like, it's not like we were like going through court. I mean, we did have Achilles Smith, though. Let's try and
that was a bump in the road.
We went through some David Klingler years too, so it's been nuts. Yeah, we're not the Browns, so
no, the Browns are much farther down the spectrum there of NFL teams, and they thought they had it figured out with drafting a Manziel and now Baker Mayfield. Was there?
Right.
There was some talk about Miami moving up to 3, and maybe that still happens, but there's talk that they were moving up to 3 to possibly move up to 1. Is there any scenario where, as a Bengals fan, you'd be okay with them trading away the number 1 pick?
If somehow they still landed Chase Young, that's it. That's the only other. Okay. That's the only other way, and I still wouldn't be thrilled with it, but I still think it's a safe. I think he's a safe pick.
If some, like the Redskins, for instance, who obviously need a quarterback as well, shout out to Dwayne Haskins.
Easy, pal. He rookie year, okay?
Oh, you're right. You are an Ohio State guy through. If they offered like 3, their next 3 number 1s or 2 number 1s and a 2 or whatever to move up from 2 to 1, you would be fine with that haul and Chase Young. Yeah, I could see that. Kramer, what's your take? What would you, as a high drafting NFL fan, who also needs a quarterback, but convincing yourself you have one. What would you be fine giving up for Joe Burrow at this point?
Well, Sean, I did have a dream last night. I'm glad you asked. I had a dream the Giants traded down, got Simmons and their linemen. No, I mean, I think if the Bengals, if there's any scenario where they're trading down, it's one pick where they still get to take a guy like Chase Young. Because to me, if you're going with the logic that Burrow is a generational guy, you got to take him. You can't not take him, because if you're wrong and you're Cincinnati, are you kidding? That's not a good formula. It's not a good formula.
It wouldn't be the first time though. So
oh no.
It does feel like they would be storming the gates, and
I'm starting to appreciate what it feels like to have a poisoned a relationship with sports teams, because I'm like sitting here sweating, just waiting for Gettleman to fuck this up.
Yeah, I came in here and we have a couple cooks and everything that are here, and I was telling them, I was like, guys, this is the only good day of my season as a Bengals fan that I can be here. So.
Well, and Kramer, what was the Bengals win total at? I think it was like 4.5, 5 for this year. What do you expect, Justin, as a Bengals fan? Burrow on his rookie year, Zach Taylor still trying to figure out the team, the offense. What is the reasonable expectation as a fan for this 2020
is
season?
The number
5.5. So are you? I
was about to say 5 and 11. Let's say 5 and 11.
I would take the over, because a lot of times what happens with these rookie quarterbacks, they get off to a hot start. Like they win their first 3 games. Like for instance, Carson Wentz, 3-0 his first 3. and then the league kind of figures them out a little bit. They cool off in the middle, and then maybe they have another little run late. It seems like that's the kind of, they're up and down of a rookie season. I think 6 wins for this team isn't completely out of the realm.
I'm on board.
I'm selling you on the Bengals, but 6 wins, that seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, as a team that we haven't won a playoff game since who knows how long, like 6 wins right now after this last season sounds amazing. Like to even be interested in football on a Sunday for more than 3 weeks sounds incredible. So I would definitely take the 6 wins.
What else are you looking for in the draft as far as Bengal needs that you want them to address or take care of here?
Honestly, no skilled positions. I think that's the Bengals' biggest flaw every draft is we like that sexiness appeal of like the receivers, the running backs, and we're fine. I mean, our receivers could use a little bit of work. I don't know what AJ is going to do because he is, I'm sure, pretty upset about getting the franchise tag. But I mean, if Ross can stay healthy, I mean, he's good. We got Tyler Boyd. Like, we got decent receivers. We got Mixon back there. We need hogs on the lines to
both big uglies up front.
Yeah, both sides of the ball. Like, take your quarterback right now. Like, that's a solid pick. But be smart this draft. Like, we don't need more running backs. We don't need more like wide receivers or anything. Let's fix up what needs fixed. Like, no need to add on to where we're already decent at. So
I got to ask the people in the chat right now, like, what is going on with the draft? I have it on in the background, and it's still like, we just talking about how everyone has to work together to get through this so we can have football this fall? Is that what this is?
A lot of work together for football, and some Dr. Fauci shots going on. A lot of them just showing off. We know how to use streaming technology.
An awesome Zoom call.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm really hoping for some early and often technical difficulties in this broadcast. I think it would add another. It's just a matter of time.
Like, how funny is it? You saw like Tua's house and like all these big parties everyone's having, and then it's just Burrow's mom and dad just sitting on the couch like he's in sweatpants.
Did you see Tristan Wirfs? They did a shot of they did a shot and it's from behind, and this stocky person walking out, and it says Tristan Wirfs on the lower third. I'm like, oh my God, Tristan Wirfs is short. And then they zoom out further, and it was his mom. I was like, okay, I see. She looks like she has great lower body power and really can blow off the line. But yes, Tristan Wirfs, possibly the first O lineman drafted. We're seeing a shot now of Zach Taylor just looking at his phone. I assume it feels like the energy is the pick is in, but we don't know officially yet.
I think he's trying to chime into the chat room here.
He's trying to log in.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's done some nice interior decorating there. Like,
yeah.
Is he in a hotel? What is this?
I think it's guest house.
Yeah.
This is so weird. This is so weird.
Oh my God. That is one thing we will miss is Roger Goodell, doing the move of like the white guy trying to figure out the cool black guy handshake.
Yeah.
Just a tradition unlike any other where it's just like,
yeah.
Okay, this is what you call dabbing, son?
Yeah, absolutely.
Second, I will miss the interaction. Okay, now they're setting up him getting booed. And see, this is what annoys me. It was fun to boo the commissioner when he wasn't in on the joke. But now that it's like a promoted segment and, oh, hey, yeah, that's cool. No, it was fun to boo you when you weren't pretending that you knew you were going to get booed and you weren't horribly embarrassed by it. God, he's hilarious. Wow, even the virtual boos are good.
Oh, wow.
All right. And we're still minutes away, probably from the first.
I can't
pick.
hear you guys.
Okay, we may have.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you, Justin.
Now we hear you.
You good, Justin? Okay, now the Bengals are officially on the clock. We lost Justin there. Hopefully, we get him back. But now the official time is going.
This is my favorite part. They clearly they set these things up, and one of the things, if you work from home a decent amount, you really have to think about your backdrop to where your camera is, and virtual backgrounds have become huge. I'm guessing these coaches haven't figured that out, and we're gonna get a lot of sweet shots of people in the background eating bowls of cereal, maybe some fruit.
Yeah, and let's be honest, if you were really
he's back, Sean.
Okay, Justin Wood, are you? Can you hear us?
I got people trying. Yeah, I got people trying to FaceTime me. Well, I was like, no, not right now.
I'm on the SGP FaceTime right now. Yeah, Joe Burrow in just a very chill environment, hanging out with his folks.
This is a guy who lost his phone during the season and said, "Why do I need to get another phone? I'm playing football right now." I love that attitude.
Yeah.
If I'm a Bengals fan, like this is it. The franchise is back.
Staying in Ohio too. It's an Ohio boy. Like, it just makes sense. Like,
yeah, he is literally Mr. Football. Are you worried, Justin, at all? 2018, not an amazing season for Joey B, but 2019, it was insane. But 2018, kind of a quiet season.
Injury prone. He was injured that season, so we'll take it.
But you're not worried that maybe the senior year, was maybe a flash in the pan and not something he's able to repeat at the next level?
I'm a Bengals fan, man. I just try and look at the positivity on anything. I mean, I still think Kajana Carter might come back and help us sometimes. So.
And Sean, I don't know what broadcast you're watching. I flipped over to ESPN, and it appears we're going to get all the leftover Monday Night Football animations. They didn't get
This is really sad. Why are they doing this to Booger? Clearly, they've fired Booger. I mean, they're auditioning Monday Night people left and right, but they still have to pretend like he's a part of their broadcast. Mel Kiper needs a touch up. He is glistening.
He's like rough.
He needs some powder on that face. And he's going CGI green screen as if we wouldn't notice. So yeah, they really just need to put Booger out of his misery, get rid of Booger. And then Michael Irvin. I mean, I don't know what kind of suit that was, but it was it's like something you would see in an 80s movies or something.
And we're gonna need to keep an eye on the sweat on Mel Kiper because we're not even 3 minutes into this draft and he's already Patrick Ewing status over there.
He is glowing. They need a sponge to pat him down.
Do you think they're wearing pants with their suits, or are they all just wearing sweatpants and nice looking ties?
It is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I would go sweatpants, but
100% Booger's wearing a full suit. Just making sure he can get that job back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, guys, remember, I'm still hosting Monday Night Football, right? This is a guy you'll be seeing on Monday Night Football, a show I definitely still host, right, ESPN? They're like, sure. We just texting Peyton Manning and everyone else here.
Yeah, you and Dennis Miller. It's your job this season.
Now back to Joe Burrow's leather couch. Joe Burrow clearly not getting paid at LSU, or at least is smart enough to hide the money. Like no crazy sort of, And Joe Burrow's mom. I mean, is that his mom or what? His mom looks young. Is that his mom? Or is that his girlfriend? That's got to be his. No, I think that might be his mom. She got her hair done.
Sean, a couple of things are happening. We're starting to reach the age where it's possible that people our age have college-age kids. So perhaps you're just attracted to a like-aged woman who's also a cougar. We're old, Sean.
I know. That is making me feel old. All right.
Why? I don't understand why there's 5 minutes left. And they what are they doing here? Just showing highlights? Like, we know what's happening here.
I know. It's a formality. Just get it over with. Maybe. And this will be interesting, too. I mean, 1 and 2 the first 2 picks seem like a formality. Right. But the pick 3 is really where things could get wonky. Kramer, what do you think happens? Do you think Detroit finds a way to trade down? Does Miami move up and get ahead of the Giants?
I was having a conversation with one of my sources close to the situation there in East Rutherford. 100% chance the Giants are trading down. 100% chance. I would lock that up right now. I don't know. I think Detroit may, but like we talked about, we know Patricia is going to identify that stud corner as the reason that he had that defense be great before. He'll do it again. He'll take the Ohio State product, Akuda, I think is how you pronounce it. And I think that's that. And then the Giants get the opportunity to trade down because someone wants to come up and get Tua.
I got money on that on my bookie on that pick. Actually,
well, we like that, Sean.
I got Akuda. I didn't mean for this. I had a few beers last night and picked the wrong one, but I have them going after the 4th pick. So I'm hoping Detroit trades that pick because I can see it.
I historically am god awful at draft props, so you're probably sitting pretty going against me right now.
Well, and while we got a second here, we did put out the draft props sheet. Which quarterback gets drafted before the other? And the options are Tua or Justin Herbert. I think Herbert is the guy because I think Tua slides a little bit. I know there's been some late action where Tua to the Jags was only like plus 285. Kramer, who do you have, Tua or Herbert getting drafted first?
I mean, part of me wants the Chargers to trade up, take them at 3, let them learn a little bit from my man Tyrod Taylor, and just fix that franchise because he sells tickets, right? That whole that pipeline to the islands in Southern California is real. He'll sell tickets. I hope he goes there. I don't want him to go to Miami. I kind of want Herbert to go to Miami.
Yeah, Herbert to Miami does seem like the move that makes sense, but maybe they figure out a way to move up, get their offensive tackle, and still get Herbert. Justin, what do you think? Is Tua or Herbert? Who goes first?
You know, I think Tua goes first, but I don't know. I think Herbert has the better career. So I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that I really knew much about Herbert before this draft, but watching just his highlights and everything and seeing all the draft reports on him, he seems really, really good.
Yeah, I was always a little bit higher on Herbert. He just seems a little bit more consistent, and an Alabama quarterback who's only 6 feet with all those injury concerns, to me, I would go with the safer thing. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Just mere seconds away before we hear Joe Burrow's name.
It would be pretty funny if they didn't pick him after showing this incredible highlight package.
They gave Andy Dalton an extension tonight.
Well, I saw Andy said he'd be willing to be a backup quarterback, which, wow.
Okay. If you can keep Andy, I'd say, I don't know, maybe another Kit and a Palmer type situation.
Well, and there is, especially if there's no offseason program, it could make sense to have Dalton come out, maybe start the first 4 or 5 games.
Why not?
And then before you really throw Burrow to the wolves there, and why rush him in if you have a veteran quarterback like Andy Dalton?
We're going to be back in the lottery next year again. So I want it, if you can, by any means, just take care of this kid as much as you can. Like, I'm on board. If Dalton's our starting quarterback for like 4 or 5 weeks, that's fine. We're not Super Bowl contenders next year, so be smart about this.
Don't say that now.
I'm sorry, Sean. I had to chime. I'm watching the ESPN feed. I'm seeing giraffes on the TV right now. What the hell is going on?
I did glance down. I think it was something related to some sort of zoo tiger.
We actually traded our pick to the Cincinnati Zoo.
Roger Goodell is reading the pick, and it's official. Joe Burrow, quarterback out of LSU, is now a Cincinnati Bengal. Cheers, Justin.
Cheers, fellas.
Any instant reaction to what you was almost a certain?
Yeah,
which was almost a certainty.
Yeah, my reaction was over the summer. So thank you.
All right. Well,
Congrats, man. Congrats.
Thanks for calling in. And
thanks for having me on, guys. I had a blast. Have a lot of fun the rest of the night. I'll be listening in and off. So
sweet.
Awesome,
and make
man.
sure you give Justin a follow on Twitter, Justin_Wood. Okay, Kramer. Right. Now we're moving on to the Washington Redskins. They're on the clock. 7:18 remains. Perfect
do we
time.
Bring them on?
Bring on Washington Redskins. Sorry, our word super fan himself, Matthew Sullivan. What's happening, man?
Hail to the R words. Hail, probably a loss. We are going to do this. Chase Young, guys.
Chase Young.
Carson Wentz, get ready.
The Giants.
I think Daniel Jones might double his fumbles this year with Chase Young coming after him. He could hit like maybe 20.
I regret inviting Sully to the party immediately. Yeah, I mean Chase Young's a beast. This is a no-brainer.
Not with Mekhi Becton locking down the left tackle.
Oh, don't do this to me. We're not. Listen, this is the only lock pick of the day. I gave it to you on the pod. I think Sean and I both said -500. Take Chase Young to the Redskins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you heard this stuff for them,
everyone knows the Redskins were the worst team in the league, so they deserve the best player in the draft. So,
Matt, did you have Chase Young #1 on your big board, even though Joe Burrow was a quarterback?
I did. He was tops by far. I heard you guys talking about Herbert and Tua and Burrows. I swear to God, Tua is going to be the best of all of them, assuming he stays healthy. I agree with that. Herbert's like, he's measurables. He's like, everyone gets excited about his height, his arm, all that stuff. And he's been like consistently pretty, average. I feel like he's never stepped up. Whereas Tua has just been, excellent when he's been healthy, and Burrow's had the one good year, but
yeah, I mean, they were bringing up a stat of like how his QBR against top five, against like Big Five programs and stuff like that. And it wasn't what you wanted to see. I think the case for Herbert is it's a little safer bet. And if he goes to a good program and they, get him set up, I think he has a high ceiling, but we'll see. And Burrow seems like the best one, but the two of the injury thing just scares me off way too much. I mean, not only the hip, but like he had like hand and wrist injuries.
Sean, he's island strong, bro. He's island strong. I mean, honestly, like one of my favorite all-time athletes is BJ Penn. And I swear Tua's got some of that same like youthful, like almost like idiotic naivete, but just like brute strength. Like that injury he had, I watched him talk about it. He said he didn't really remember. That injury is by all accounts like insanely painful. Like Bo Jackson pulling his leg out of the socket, painful. And he kind of just shrugged it off like, yep, just got to keep moving forward. And it's like, Jesus. Dude,
that is one of the things I heard Saban talk about. Like the one thing that he thinks he really needs to learn is to not try to make something out of every play and realize like he's got a little bit of RG3 in him. Where like RG3, the dude just could not learn to slide to save his life, like literally. So
Sean,
if he stays healthy, I think it's gonna be awesome. But
the pick is in, of course, for the Washington Redskins.
I knew it was gonna be quick. They said it was gonna be like a minute.
Seems like a formality that it's going to be Chase Young. Matt, what are you most looking forward to for Chase Young? Do you have a total on sacks you expect for his rookie year?
I bet he does. I would say 12.
12 sacks.
I bet him and Sweat both get over 12.
Oh, wow. Okay.
For sure.
You're drinking worse Kool-Aid than I am, bro.
Nah, dude. Trust me, this is the first time since 2007 the Redskins have had a legitimate defensive coordinator. Jack Del Rio's the man. They're switching back to the 4-3 with Payne, Allen, and then also, Ioannidis in the rotation, having Kerrigan come in. Like, I think they'll both get 12.
All joking aside, the Redskins did have a pretty good defensive line, and that really is how you win long term. You add strength to strength. Matt, what do you think happens to Trent Williams?
I think they're going to trade him, and I think they're going to get like jack shit. Like, it sounds like Dan Patrick said they were going to get a first. A lot of people are saying they're not even going to get a second. So I think they'll probably get like maybe a 3 this year and maybe a pick next year or something like that, or maybe even like a 4th. I think it's going to be pretty shitty. But at the end of the day, dude's just, Ron Rivera is trying to build a new culture, and you can't have guys, doing what Trent Williams is doing. So I'm bummed that they didn't get to work it out, because I love the dude and he's a badass. But
yeah, he just really hates that medical staff.
Really surprised by that. Really surprised.
I know. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, Bruce Allen. Can you imagine hating him? I can't think of a nicer person than Bruce Allen.
And it's almost fitting that we have you here as Joe Burrow is getting interviewed, which, by the way, shout out to ABC for doing the coverage that's focusing more on the players and their stories.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, I know Matthew Sullivan, noted Macaulay Culkin and Culkin brother fan, very much resembles the Culkins, maybe the one that didn't get hooked onto heroin and go down the dark path.
Yeah, I think you need to give him like either Joey Culkin or some kind of like fake Irish name, like
Joey McCulkin
or something. He definitely looks like he definitely's got a lot of Kevin McAllister in him.
Yeah, you could just imagine Joe Burrow, the interview right now on ESPN, where he's about to like put on some aftershave for the first time and give you that classic look there.
Definitely his girlfriend too.
Yeah. Okay. Chase Young kind of got a little interesting setup there. I did notice. Well, they have.
Who's the guy? That's awesome.
It's
First
got
of all,
I'm guessing the guy in the cowboy hat in the frame is like a dad or father figure or something that passed away, who's there in spirit. So shout out to Chase Young, bringing the family members. But I noticed Tua's setup. There were a lot of people there. I have a worry that he's violating social distancing rules.
Island strength, bro.
Island strength could lead to island fever, and we'll see what happens there for Tua. Who I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he slides down a little bit. The pick is still in. I don't know what the holdup is.
Leafs just stalling. They're just stalling. They don't want this to be like a 45-minute draft.
Sean, they want us to work until midnight tonight.
Yeah, they got to keep us going.
Yeah.
I think what's going on is there's a shitload of technical difficulties behind the scene, and they're probably already on like the 5th pick. And they're just making sure they have some buffer for when they have to hit the commissioner timeout button.
Now we're talking to a little bit. Oh, here you go. And it is the pick for the Washington Redskins is in. Roger Goodell is announcing it. Chase Young, defensive end out of Ohio State. Sully, congratulations.
Feeling good.
Again, it sounds.
Quick question: How do they find 15? How do they find 15 Redskins fans to zoom in? That was impressive.
The real question is how they find 15 Redskins fans who weren't like sitting in their room crying to themselves.
The original Trail of Tears.
This is something. This is a continuation of the Kramer "Fuck My Life" tour. Something good happening to a division rival who sucks.
Are you excited to get your right tackle of the future?
Oh wow, that is not a good sign though, Matt. They said played with number 1 overall pick Markelle Fultz. So hopefully
you can't call him that anymore. He lost the right to be called the number 1.
Hopefully the Markelle Fultz stink didn't get rubbed on Chase Young for you, because that would be a real shame. I would hate to have that Fultz mojo be passed over to Chase Young. And Fultz, the biggest insult is that they traded up to get Markelle Fultz. It's one thing if it's between Fultz and Tatum and you make the wrong choice, but to trade up for the wrong guy.
Yeah.
We're talking about basketball, Sean.
We are.
Get your mind right.
Detroit Lions are on the clock. Any parting thoughts here on the Skins and the 2020 season?
I mean, I think it all depends on Haskins' development. We'll see. I mean, it seems like he's been working hard, but I do think the defense is going to make a huge jump under Del Rio. Like, they literally haven't had a court. They've had like guys that they're friends with as their coordinator, like dudes like Joe Barry, who was the coordinator for the 0-16 Lions. You know what I mean? Like that. That's who they've had as their coordinators, or Jim Haslett 3 years after he was terrible. So having the first defensive coordinator who's legit, I think there will be top 10 defense, 12 sacks for Sweat and Young. Bank it.
All right.
Lock.
Thank you again.
Lock.
Matt Sullivan, check him out on Twitter. Check out all his writing works. Got a bunch of novels out there on the Amazon. So check out Matt Sullivan. Thanks as always, Sully.
Sounds like Sully is all in on over 5.5 wins. Chase Young, an absolute beast.
He's drinking the Kool-Aid, and I wasn't kidding. That Redskins defensive line, even though it was the Redskins, I mean, they really had an impact, I think, on the team.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I thought their defensive line carried them, and some of the bright spots they had in their season was due to their defensive line. Detroit Lions are on the clock. We haven't seen a trade happen. Are they waiting, you think, Kramer, for the best offer and really going down to the minute here? Or are they just going to step up to the podium here, the virtual podium, and get a CUDA?
I was going to ask you before we went live, but I'll ask you on the air, Sean. Are you monitoring Twitter? It's one of the things I'm not doing. Are you monitoring Twitter? Because to me, I have to imagine that the Lions they're trying to trade right now. This is going to go down to 0 because they're trying to make a deal. Pick is in. There you go. That tells me there's a trade. I think they would have taken it down to 0 if they didn't get a trade. So I'm going to predict that we're about to have a trade. We have Justin Decker in the waiting room on deck just in case it is the Chargers. Yeah.
Oh man, this will be crazy. But the Lions said pick it. The graphic at ESPN says pick is in. Don't they normally announce it as a trade?
I think they do, and I think they would be reporting it too. By the way,
yeah, I think they actually.
Then it's a CUDA. It's 100% a CUDA, and then it's time for the Giants to trade because someone wants a quarterback. Sean,
do they? Are we sure about that, or
they
do they just want the best offensive tackle available?
Now, shut up.
Maybe Miami wants Herbert all along. Wants a quarterback. Realizes Chargers aren't going to move up to grab a quarterback, and they can just sit pat at 5, and they're good. Maybe that's what we're seeing.
I don't think it's the Chargers or the Dolphins we worry about. I think it's the team that knows that the Chargers and the Dolphins are going to take quarterbacks and knows that if they can move up, they can pick their guy.
When does Gruden make his move? Because you know that guy, Gruden is getting him some Jordan Love or trading.
Have we seen Gruden in his house? Have we gotten a shot of what Gruden's up to yet?
There's got to be some sort of crazy setup. He's like he kind of reminds me of I don't know. He seems like a lost character on a Tiger King documentary. Jeff Okudah, cornerback out of Ohio State. Wow, drafted by the Detroit Lions there. Was some talk. It seemed like the odds were.
Right. Sorry, Sean. I don't give a shit about Detroit. It's all Giants, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, no. I'm experiencing a Giants takeover thanks to Zach Bronner, Steve Shermer, 2 Giants fans joining us in the building. Zach, we'll start things off with you. What do you want to see from the Giants here at 4?
I'm looking at Andrew Thomas, technician on the left side. All rise, baby.
I love how Zach is all in with me. All
rise.
Now, let me tell these guys what happened. I think I already told this to Steve because I spoke with him earlier, but I had a dream that we trade back. We get Simmons and Thomas.
Dream scenario.
Let's go.
Steve, what are you hoping for? Do you want them to trade, or should they just take Thomas here, call it a day, and be happy that you have possibly the best tackle in the draft?
I just don't want them to mess up. I mean, that's priority number 1. And in all honesty, just go offensive line here, whether it's Wirfs, whether it's Wills, whether it's Thomas. I honestly, I'm
Just
good with
not
all of
Becton.
them.
Not
Yeah,
Becton.
exactly. No,
Not
not
Becton.
Becton. Not Eric Flowers 2.0. No, we don't want that. As soon as you see in the scouting report that it's inconsistent footing, no, PTSD. I have that from Eric Flowers. I can't do it. Can't do it.
And just so everyone knows, Zach, of course, writer over at sportsgamblingpodcast.com, covers the NBA for us. Steve is I don't know, at this point I think the greatest golf writer in the history of the world after releasing 50,000 words on the future schedule of PGA.
There's nothing else to write about, so I got to push it all out there.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm getting nervous. I got to be honest. I'm feeling the Kuiper sweats coming on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Butterflies in the stomach.
Can Gettleman actually pull off a trade? We all know that Gettleman's the only GM who's actually pulled off a remote draft, doing the 2014
you love
4th
promoting that
through 7th round from Massachusetts via Skype. So he knows what he's doing here. He's probably working multiple calls here. I'm sure he's on the mute button, making sure he's going to get the best of this. God, please trade down. Please trade down. That's what I want.
Is it enough time to play the Chargers and Dolphins off each other? And
Is he cunning enough to
value?
Is he cunning enough to do that?
No, maybe. Someone reported this past week that Gruden is tricking everyone. He's the GM of the Bills said that not Gruden, Gettleman's pulling a wise one over everyone, and he's actually pretty smart. He's not a complete dummy.
So he's Kaiser Soze then. Basically.
He's a pretty good actor.
He's playing verbal Ken right now, but then he's gonna.
He's a pretty
Think about it this way. A year ago last night, we were all crying when Giants picked Danny Dimes. Now he's the quarterback of the future.
Not me, man. Not me. I was all in from the beginning.
You guys have a little higher opinion of him than I do at this point.
I don't know about that. I feel like we've been. I mean, that was a tough. 48 hours.
Let's be real. Like, are you guys really in on him, or is it just because we've been put through a few years of just Eli being awful that anything that looks good on the field is passable at this point?
I think it's very easy for fans of teams from the New York metropolitan area to forget how important it is to have the charisma and demeanor to be able to handle the pressure in the media. I'm always going to cite Randy Johnson losing his best pitcher in the league, comes to New York, can't do it. We need a guy who can handle that pressure. And I actually kind of think Danny Dimes is prepared for that. Like, he's not going to be out at the nightclub shooting himself in the leg. He's not going to be doing illicit things. Now, that being said, get me an offensive line so I can actually apply proper objective judgment to this man.
Well, and that's the thing too. When he has time, he looks good. I mean, he can throw the ball downfield. He can put it inside windows. But when he gets pressure, he looks like white Jameis Winston in the pocket there. Just, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen when the pocket collapses. Is he going to fumble? Is he going to throw an interception? Is he going to throw the ball backwards like he did against the Lions last year? I don't know. We need an offensive lineman. This is a no-brainer. Yeah. Don't mess this up, Dave. Just get whatever offensive lineman fits Garrett's scheme. They're probably going to do a power scheme. That's probably going to help the offensive line overall. It's going to help Hernandez. It's going to help Zeitler, over there. Just get the offensive lineman. Don't screw this up. But if you get a good offer, trade down. But if you actually are picking here and it's non-offensive lineman, we're doing this wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go as far to say if this goes all the way down to 0, they're actually trying to trade, and but God help them if it goes to 0 and they don't have a
pick. Danny Dimes had 3 separate games where he threw 4 touchdowns or more in his 12-game season, and yet you still don't own a Danny Dimes jersey.
What do you mean I don't own a Danny? Do I need to go change for you? I just wanted to rock the Barkley jersey. I will say this. I've been watching a lot of these Madden sims for, of course, Madden Mayhem coming soon. And Danny Dimes, his CPU game needs to be stepped up. Because I'm not loving the Giants' chances at this point. But God, he's trying to trade. This has actually happened. We might trade down. I don't remember the last time the Giants traded back.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, because we reach for guys like Eli Apple and Eric Flowers every year. Look, this is a 9-win team that Danny Dimes making plays on third down is going to elevate to a 13-win team.
2 wins from 2 teams, baby. 2 wins. Deion Lewis, crafty veteran, knows how to win.
Bradbury Island.
Yeah. Bradbury Island sounds like we're an insane asylum. Is.
We got them locked up on Bradbury Island.
Mm.
Well, 9 wins. You've had one season with 9 wins or more since 2012. So you're giving yourself 9 wins with the ceiling of 13 once you get the offensive lineman. I love the optimism from the Giants fans. It's fun. They're back. They're back all in.
I mean, at least we're not in that weird space of being in limbo with our franchise quarterback, not knowing if he's a guy that can strap on the pad 16 games a year.
Is that a shot at me? Carson Wentz played 16 games, started 16 games. He also helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl.
Held that clipboard pretty good there.
He's New York, dude. He's gonna. We're trading.
Field advantage.
We're trading this pick.
All right, the pick is in.
Oh no.
No. So I'm on a delay, so you guys are gonna break the pick to me. And I swear to God, if you say it's like
I love it.
Derek Brown or something, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fly out there. Oh man.
Don't mess with me. I'm legitimately nervous right now. Like my Apple Watch is telling me. My Apple Watch is telling me that my heart rate is just going nuts right now.
Can we get a live shot of your Apple Watch, Kramer? What beats per minute are you at? This is a great montage they're showing of Beckham getting into it, and kicking it.
That's the new Bradbury Island music.
Yeah. Do you want to play one more time, Ryan, or you don't want to put any bad juju?
What am I doing? Sorry.
The road trip music one more time for
all right, one more time.
Can it still be a trade at this point or no?
I don't know. They have pick is in. I feel like when they do a trade, it's
usually announced.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
Let's do this.
Great little.
This is like the worst wait time music right now.
Yeah. This is the worst music.
I'm feeling good right now. I think something good's about. It's gonna be Simmons, and Steve's head's gonna explode.
You know what? Simmons will be okay. I like it.
You can't get mad about Simmons.
Just because they need a linebacker. They haven't addressed the position in 15 years. I mean, what's the last linebacker they had? Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
That's the last time they've invested in it.
And even he was kind of a
the Periscope feed, I think maybe.
Yeah. Well, after this Giants pick, we'll just do a quick maybe reset. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Fuck. All right, Gettleman got a second monitor.
I love how many times they've showed Gettleman's setup.
Important to block the fact that he's actually just reading a phone book right now.
What
was he doing?
It's funny because every other GM in the league had to like own him by posting their setup after he was the first one. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no, he knows what he's doing.
The pick is in.
Please not Isaiah.
Oh man, come on.
Andrew Thomas up.
Let's go.
Okay.
Andrew Thomas, 1150 Giants first selection.
Look how big that motherfucker is. Are you kidding me?
Let's get it, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's the perfect offensive lineman that.
Let's go, baby.
What they want to run. I love it. They did it.
All right, so
all right.
Thomas on the left, baby. Sean, that's an 11-win team in the division. How do you feel?
Hey, real quick, Sean. I wore Barkley because I knew they were going offensive line, and now
he's one of those guys who will get penetration.
You got to be shaking in your boots. Let's go, Giants! Oh, right. Hold on. All rise.
All right,
excellent.
Congratulations. So I'm guessing Steve, Zach, you guys are all on the same page that this was the right move here for the Giants at 4.
Let's go, baby. We got a starting left tackle.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Look at this guy. Are you kidding
Massive.
me? Are you kidding me?
Offensive lineman highlights are always the funniest.
I mean, one thing, objective thing to point out, Georgia just churns out running back after running back. I wonder why. Guys like Andrew Thomas.
That's a big time pick right there.
So what do you guys? You and Zach and Steve, you guys are both on the over win total this year for the Giants. Lock it up.
I am now.
Maybe. I think the offense can be confident. I'm not sold on the defense yet, but you know what? There's plenty of picks left. We'll see.
Let's
Yeah,
do
what else?
I think they can be an exciting team. Let's put it that way.
What else are you guys looking for in the rest of the rounds here?
I mean, they got to address pass rush at some point.
Antoine Winfield.
You know, I mean, maybe some secondary help too. A little shaky there. A linebacker at some point would be nice.
So I'm laughing because they have a shot of Dave Gettleman just putting on his mask.
What's he doing?
You're in your house. What are you doing?
He's got to break out the lotion before he puts on the mask.
Oh no!
Look at this guy. This is a head football coach in the National Football League here, Joe Judge.
It's actually funny because Matt Rule is the bottom 5 coach in the NFL, and we all wanted him to come. But now, Joe Judge was clearly the right decision by the.
I never wanted Rule to come. Never wanted him.
There you go. Right.
No.
Yeah, you don't want to win like Matt Rule. Temple.
He seems like another Chip Kelly.
Oh my God!
How dare you?
Oh yeah.
No,
can we not say that name?
Sean, he doesn't even use positions. He talks about positionless players. That doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule gets the best.
Any parting words from you guys? Giants go. Give me the prediction on the record this year.
Steve, go ahead.
I think they go at least 9-7. I mean, the schedule's not that tough. It really isn't. You look at some of the teams that play at home. I think 9-7 is obtainable. I think that's a reasonable goal. It's reasonable expectations. Get it. Hey, just get us in the playoff mix. All right. Even that playoff team they had a few years ago was garbage. All right. Let's have an exciting team. Let's get in the mix and we'll go for it. All right. Let's go.
Look, this can be a tough football team that's going to fit the regional character of the area. All right. It's going to be a team that's going to have nine wins type character, but Danny Dimes going to carry us 10 or 11 NFC East title.
You got it.
Give me 10 and 6. Give me 10 and 6. Guys, we will talk to you later.
All right.
Thank you. Have fun tonight. Go SGP.
Make sure you check out Zach, all his awesome NBA coverage when that was a thing.
All right, real quick, Sean.
Yes.
Real quick, I'm going to try to restart the Twitter feed for those who failed out on Twitter on us.
Yeah, we are still live on YouTube. So head over to there. If you're hearing this, you're probably listening to it on YouTube. So yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, you're restarting the whole thing, Kramer?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So we're still live. All right.
We're still live. Everyone's in YouTube still. I'm firing the other feeds back up.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So if you're watching on Periscope, there was a glitch. That was probably karma for me making fun of Dave Gettleman and his technical snafus. We suffer one here ourselves on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network.
And Sean, it's time.
San Diego Superchargers charge.
Yeah.
What is this? What's happening? What's up, guys? I'm live.
Decker.
What's happening, guys? Good to see you.
Right now, the Miami Dolphins, the pick is in. Perfect question. What do you hope the Dolphins do so that the Chargers have an opportunity here? What are you hoping for?
Well, the Chargers, I don't want them to get a quarterback. So it doesn't really matter what the Dolphins do. If the Chargers are set on a quarterback, they're going to get Tua or Herbert. I don't like any of them. Ooh. I want Simmons.
Oh, really?
Simmons is a monster. I've seen Herbert play. Everybody's high on him. But what am I missing about Tyrod? Nate Kramer, you got to tell me. You've seen him play. Hey, look at his stats. The guy has an interception percentage under 2. He produces. He has a decent record. I don't think the NFL has given him a chance. He should be the starter.
Decker, I hadn't thought about it, but I having Simmons to pair with a guy like Derwin James.
Oh yeah,
Joey Bosa, Melvin Ingram.
That's a absolutely filthy defense. Wow, I hadn't thought about it, but that's an awfully intriguing proposition if I'm a Chargers fan.
The Chargers have a really solid defense. They've had injuries on linebacker, but now that they have that healthy, I think they're only Weakness is defensive line, but I don't think you can pass on Simmons. You know what I mean? You might want to take that guy from Auburn. What's his name?
Brown.
Derek Brown. Yeah. I would be happy with Derek Brown, but Simmons, if you've seen this guy play, he can play anywhere. He's Cam Chancellor.
Now, all right, Miami Dolphins. The pick is in, and they have selected
Tua.
Dramatic drum roll here. Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback out of Alabama.
And
wow,
Sean, that is the first prop off the sheet. Tua wins, defeating Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
I did not like him at all.
No, I wasn't a big Tua guy. I kind of would have went. I don't know. I guess I would have went Herbert, but I'm not like so in love with Herbert. The injuries and the fact that he's a 6-foot quarterback out of Alabama scare me.
Yeah, but
I'm not worried about the
he
injury,
might
just
have
that
he might
play.
have it. He might have it. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't like these left-handed quarterbacks anyway. The weird throwing motion. Have you ever seen a left-handed quarterback with a throwing motion that you like to watch? Even Steve Young. But, you know, look at this play. They're playing the play against Mississippi State. Why is he putting himself in that position? He's just he doesn't have good instincts. He has the ability.
Decker, I watched
an
interview. I watched an interview with him on this exact topic. Coach Saban wanted to keep the offense on the field to get some 2-minute work, and he's a dude that wants to win on every play. Sorry if you don't understand winners like Andrew Thomas and Joe Judge and the New York Giants. Oh man, I'm
relax. You got the third best offensive lineman in the draft.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I mean he's the third best, right? I mean, let's be honest. Wasn't it?
No.
Well, was anybody else surprised on that? Did you know that was coming?
That was who Kramer wanted.
There was a lot of talk that especially in the last day that he was going to be the guy. There was some talk they might trade down to do it, but you know, if you want your guy, get your guy. I think the word on the street is Gettleman was worried about Wirfs and Becton, and it was between him and the Alabama kid.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they filled a need, so that's good. The thing with the Chargers, I think they're going to take Herbert here. You're going to hear his name. I saw these Oregon quarterbacks. Have we seen an Oregon quarterback do really well?
So do you?
NFL, it's just a wide open offense versus the Pac-12. I've been watching the Pac-12, season ticket holder, UCLA for years. It's wide open offense. The best offensive players in the country go to the Pac-12. They don't have defenses. If you look at his highlight reel, it's just wide open guys streaking across the field. He's not making different decisions. He does not have a good highlight reel.
No.
I mean, it's just not. He's not like going to his third option, fourth option, breaking away, throwing on the run to the left. You won't find any of that for Justin Herbert. We don't know really what he could do in the NFL. Honestly,
why is Tua putting on headphones? I guess he's doing some sort of interview or something.
It's the new age, Sean. So they FaceTime with the coach.
So now Chargers are on the clock. 4:45 left for them to make their decision.
Is that a young booger? Oh, that's Brian Flores. Holy shit.
Who do you? It sounds like you want them to take Isaiah Simmons. Who do you think the Chargers will take?
I think they're going to take Herbert, Justin Herbert. Just because of the hype and what I've seen from him.
But to your point,
I don't even think he's a good runner. He had 3 rushing touchdowns in that Wisconsin game, but I don't know. I just think it's a style of offense. He's not that good of a runner. He's not going to be running in the NFL. I don't
Decker, know. To your earlier point, the at the end of the day, this Tyrod Taylor took a worse Bills team talent-wise to the playoffs. And if they were to take a guy like Simmons here and just completely bolster that defense,
go all in on defense.
I mean, think about it. They have Justin Jackson, Austin Eckler. They have, maybe some problems. Offensive line's not there, but wide receivers they have.
They got 2 offensive linemen, Beluga and I forgot the other guy's name.
But Tyrod can move, and that's the difference between him and Phillip Rivers. Tyrod can still has a little bit of a wiggle. He's still T-mobile, and you know what?
I think he's going to have a resurgence like Rich Gannon did. 30 years old. People have not given him a chance. He'll get you 3,000 yards throwing, 500 yards rushing, 25 touchdowns. But only 7 interceptions or 10 turnovers.
If you ask me the greatest quarterback,
but that doesn't turn it over.
If you ask me the greatest quarterback I ever watched at Virginia Tech, it's Tyrod Taylor.
He's a starting quarterback in the NFL, and people have just not given him a chance.
He's
and
a leader, too.
I think there's a chance they could take Simmons just because I think Anthony Lynn really likes Tyrod Taylor. I think he's vouched for him, and I think he could give a chance, but I haven't heard any of those murmurs. I haven't heard any of those rumors at all. I mean, it's going to be Herbert.
Sorry, Sean. Justin Herbert doesn't sell tickets either.
Yeah, but I guess he does more than Isaiah Simmons. Maybe you hope the Oregon transplants down in LA become Chargers fans.
They make a song.
It's going to be a tough
the Chargers
sell.
lightning
The
defense.
Sparks are more popular than the Chargers. They just had a survey of most popular LA team. The Sparks beat the Chargers.
Well, speaking of song, Kramer, you haven't hit us with the Decker song.
San Diego Superchargers.
Hold on, one more time.
One more
By the way, their uniforms. Hello.
Diego.
We haven't even talked about the uniform.
San Diego Superchargers. Charge.
Decker's going to give us a live one at the pick, and I like how he's sitting in front of a Chargers flag.
Oh yeah, man, got it up.
Gotta
Wearing
represent
a My Bookie Sports Gambling Podcast T-shirt.
That's
My
right.
Bookie.
I'm prepared.
MyBookie.ag promo code SGP. The pick is in for the Chargers.
Well,
Simmons.
Probably a good time before we get to the commissioner, because I don't know if Decker's aware yet, but we are. Decker, did you hear about the Madden Mayhem simulation tournament that's coming around the corner with lines over at MyBookie?
Yep.
32 team single elimination tournament. For some reason, Johnny Football's on the screen right now. and we're going to crown an ultimate champ of CPU land. Decker's interested. I can tell. We might have to have a guest commentator for the Chargers game.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing live play-by-play, of course, like we did for DJ and Madness, and we're going to give away $10,000 in MyBookie credits. All the information, just go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden, sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. Yeah, we're starting the first round off with division matchups, and I think the Chargers have the Broncos. That's their first game, right, Kramer?
Well, we haven't revealed that yet. You got to tune into the selection show on Sunday.
Yeah.
On Sunday, but yes, I believe the Chargers have a matchup against the Chiefs.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you're right, because they were fourth in the division.
That could be upset city, depending on who this pick is.
Pick is in.
Okay, he's having fun. The Los Angeles Chargers select.
Yeah, see, they only found 12 fans for the Chargers. They had more for the Redskins.
Justin Herbert.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
quarterback out of Oregon.
That's all right. Whatever. There's 3 blank Zoom screens on there. Everybody's on mute. Okay, whatever. There was he looks like a nice guy.
Decker, you're not gonna be buying into the Herbert hype.
No, man, I haven't. The Chargers have had good drafts. This is the first time where I just think. I'm not that worried because Tyrod's going to be the starter. And if Tyrod's their future, he could take the job and not leave it. It's just a wasted pick, though, because Simmons could be starting next year.
Yeah, I guess
you know what I mean?
Herbert's a guy you're looking for more long term. I mean, Tyrod's a good win now quarterback, but I don't know if he's a guy that you can really sell as quite a franchise.
Can I say
down
this?
The line?
He was going to be the first pick last year. I think his maturity is being undersold here. And I hear you about the system in Oregon and all that. I actually kind of like this pick because he doesn't have to rush. He has Tyrod there. They have talent in other positions. I hear you about it being a wasted pick, but at the end of the day, you got to take shots at these guys when you have opportunities. They're not going to hopefully have the 6th pick next year. I like this move. I think the Chargers are one of the better teams in terms of personnel. Now, whether Anthony Lynn does something with it this year, we'll see. But if I'm you, Decker, I'm okay.
Except for offensive line. So this is, it's not bad because they only have weakness at offensive line and defensive line. Tight end, Hunter Henry, 2 complementary receivers. The secondary is amazing. 3 Pro Bowlers. And they got Harris. right?
What else do you want to see from the Chargers the rest of the draft? What else do you think they need to address?
Defensive line next. There's a lot of talent there. I don't know if it'll drop down to the second round or whatever, but I think defensive line, we need some. They lost Mebane, so they need some big guys, like just some old school run stuff.
Some run stuffers.
Can we? I know you're not happy, Decker, but can we get maybe a somber San Diego Superchargers on your way out?
I'll sing it, man. I'm watching sports for the first time in a month. I'm excited. All I get is San Diego Superchargers, charge. We're coming your way. We're gonna dazzle you with our play. The time has come. You know we're gonna be number one. Thunderbolts and lightning. It's a disco song. It's so bad. And they're not even there anymore. That's what makes it funnier. It's a disco, and they're not even in the same city.
On your way out, Decker, what's the record next year?
I don't know if if it's going to be 7 or 8, but I would say 8. If it's 7, go over. Easy schedule.
Total 7.5.
8. Yeah, over.
Nice.
Very easy schedule. They have New England, the Jets, and they have Tampa Bay. Wow, Brady, who knows how they're going to do. But New Orleans, that division, Carolina, so easy schedule. I would assume one of the easiest.
Thanks for calling in, Decker. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter. Shout out, Decker.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good night, man. Go,
right, man. Good to see you.
Go Chargers.
Take
Charge
care,
on.
bro.
Hashtag bolt up.
Diego Superchargers, charge.
Well, Sean, it's the Panthers are on the clock, but we have a treat here. SportsGamblingPodcast.com editor in chief. He's here. Cardinals fan extraordinaire.
What's up? Wait.
Hey, what's going on?
I am so overwhelmed right now.
So
and
now,
Sean, I didn't finish bringing on our guest and future host of the Still Without a Name to Ryan's podcast.
Oh yeah,
this is happening.
It's gonna be all Ryans all the time on this podcast. We're just gonna find different Ryans and interview them about whatever they do.
I like that.
Just
Ryan's
amazing
Ryan.
Ryans out there.
Menage a Ryan.
Yeah, opening episode is Ryan Reynolds. He's already confirmed.
And speaking of Ryan Sullivan, the blogger behind the James Harden strip club analytics piece, he wrote one with a NBA stat that helps predict a win up to 95%. And it's a deep dive. So if you're into stats, you're into the NBA, must read. So check that out, sportsgamblingpodcast.com. NBA.
Just did a podcast with him for NBA Odds Pod, which is on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network feed. Coming soon, we deep dive into what it's like to have a Reddit post go viral, and he explains all his stat breakdown. I mean, he's a really smart guy, way smarter than me, but he explains it.
Well, and McKee, you put together the NFL draft party prop sheet. We already have a Tua drafted before Herbert. That already hit. And when will Isaiah Simmons be drafted? It's got to be over 6.5 right now because the Panthers are on the clock here at 7. And so, yeah, that's
right. So that's it too. Yeah, that's why I was overwhelmed. People are like asking me on Twitter to update it, but like I've got so many windows open. I'm trying to.
It's cool.
I'm trying to keep up with you guys.
McKee, I got it. I'm grading the sheet as we go. I got it.
All right. Well, keep updating it because people are asking. And by people, I mean like 2 people have asked.
They're persistent. They're persistent, you guys.
So here's the update.
I don't want to disappoint anybody.
Yeah, well, if you're one of these fans that wants these updates, I'm sure you're watching me right now, and I'm gonna engage right into the camera. But what I would say is go get a pen from your junk drawer in your kitchen, and sit back down. And as the draft happens, start to notate things and grade it your fucking self.
Whoa.
Wow, Kramer coming out.
A little tough love, Dad.
Tackle of the future, baby.
So for those scoring at home, Kramer happy about his pick.
All right, 45 milligrams.
Play the breaking news sound effect, Kramer.
I don't know where you hide these things on this board here.
Breaking news is to the bottom left corner.
We did get a question about the prop sheet.
Okay.
Because one of the props is, will we see a dog on screen, or how many dogs will we see? So like, because they're in their homes, we see dogs in the background. The over it's 3.5 over under, and then how many cats will we see round one? The over is half a cat. So and one question was
I have not seen any pussy.
That's just when, to make this clear, that's just in the draftees' homes. That's not like during the commercials.
Yeah.
If like a cat come in. So yeah, that's
it wouldn't even count.
Be smart, guys.
If Michael Irvin had a cat on his Super Bowl trophies that he's propped behind his shoulders so eloquently.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the Panther logo behind Matt Rule, technically a cat, but come on, you need some common sense here.
It means a house cat that wanders by in the background or something like that. But I haven't seen any animals yet, I don't think.
No, it's been animal free, glitch free. It's kind of going as scripted right now. Carolina, the pick is in.
It's Simmons, right? Kuechly's replacement, or is it Brown?
That's what I would do. I
hope not, because I want Simmons for the Cardinals.
That would be a silly break. I think they're going to take Brown. If I had to guess, it's Brown right now because Rule has his guy in the middle.
Derek Brown, defensive tackle out of Auburn, has been selected. Great call there, Kramer, in the moment. Now Arizona on the clock. McKee, you're all in on Simmons, huh?
Wow, what a steal.
I am all in on Simmons. I have to say, I have a little insider knowledge, no big deal, but I do know the ESPN Cardinals beat reporter. I do have that connection. And he said he feels like if Simmons were to fall, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. And I mean, you got to and he was named Baby Barack.
Okay.
I was just looking at Derek Brown's nickname, Baby Barack.
Oh boy, he likes things that isn't football. I'm surprised he went so high.
Well, was he one of the guys that they dropped because he liked cooking? Who was that?
No, that was Becton. That was Becton. But he also dropped because he looks a lot like Eric Flowers. If I had to get, like, this could turn out to be a really good pick, because I mean there were plenty of tout or draft nicks that were saying this is a top 3 pick.
Well, there was talk of him going 3 to the Lions, or possibly even someone moving up to select him. So I think for Carolina, and you're looking to load up on the D line, you got to be happy here.
Yeah, as far as D line goes, it's like he's a top talent for sure. I wouldn't have hated it if the Cardinals picked him, but we don't need defensive line help as much as we need linebacker help.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the money play in DraftKings every week. Just whoever, whatever tight end was going up against the Cardinals, and if you guys get Isaiah Simmons, I mean, that's a great addition. I mean, it's like you could make a case he's best player available and fits a great need.
Simmons, right?
Yeah, he's the best player available, and the only other thing we need, I mean, we need a lot of things, but offensive line, obviously, to protect the man Kyler. I would have been okay with that, but if Simmons is here, we got to take him. He'll shut down the tight ends.
There's also a couple left tackles here. I mean, I think their defense was pretty bad, and I think for as much as you probably want to get
the defense was pretty bad. It was like the 26th worst in the league.
That's what I mean. Simmons makes them immediately, they jump 5
number 1 right up to the top, right?
Maybe not that high. Maybe not that high.
And shout out to the YouTube chat. A lot of fun action going on there. Patrick Fisher, Boston Capper, Colby Dant, all those guys mixing it up. So head over there.
Later, a lot of those guys.
A lot of the characters, we're getting everyone.
Hold on, whose household is this? Because they're not doing much social distancing, right? One guy in the corner is wearing a mask. Everyone else, and the white guy's definitely not part of the family.
He's the agent.
Oh, Gus Malzahn with an epic fist pump right there.
Yeah, and look at that wall where it's just him getting Gatorade dumped on him or whatever. That's got to be weird. Like when you get fired and you come home and the wall in your house is just of you celebrating an Auburn victory. So. McKee, you're all in on Isaiah Simmons. Who else do you want to see the Cards pick up later in the draft? What are your other big needs?
And they got rid of their second round pick when they that they totally stole it from the Texans.
Well, real quick on that note, I think they were probably targeting someone as good as DeAndre Hopkins in the second round, so maybe a comparable trade. Well, how is Bill O'Brien still allowed to do this?
I'm not worried about it. As far as like what they do after the third round, I feel like it's totally up in the air because we need pretty much everything except for wide receivers and quarterback. They never have been able to put somebody like that's good across from Patrick Peterson. We've never found like a quarterback that doesn't always just like.
Sorry to interrupt. The pick is in, and it is Isaiah Simmons.
Hell yeah.
Linebacker from Clemson. You got to be stoked about that.
I'm very, very stoked about that. Yes. And it is confirmed on the draft prop sheet over 6.5. He went. So there you go.
That that is surprising. He's a ball, as they say, as Steve Spurrier would say, he's a ball player. And he immediately at least gives them someone that can do something and defend. He can defend that center of the field.
He is kind of just a beast, great tackler, super athletic. So yeah, good grab here for the Cards. Got to feel happy about that. Kramer, what is the win total at for the Cardinals? If we can get a prediction here with McKee before we let him go.
I'm pulling our numbers from our way too early pod, but the Cardinals were at 7.5 at that time. You going over, under?
I'm going over. Nice. I mean, it was at 5.5. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was at 5.5 at the beginning of last season. And they technically won 5.5 because they tied the first game. So
unfortunately, that's not how they grade.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Wow. I did go over, but they were very close to getting it. So this year will be the over.
They're gonna win some games. They learned a lot of valuable lessons in losing a lot of close games last year.
Yeah. All right. Before I go, did you guys see the picture of Kingsbury where he's checking out the draft from?
No, I
retweeted it on our Twitter. He's got like the cool. He's not in an office. He's like in his home with these great big windows behind him. Like this guy knows how to be cool. So I'm not worried at all about next season.
Well, he once hung out with Sean McVay. No doubt he's cool.
So that's why he's good. All right, thanks guys.
Make sure to check out all McKee's work at sportsgamblingpodcast.com and the NBA Odds Pod. Appreciate you calling in, Ryan. Man, moving right along here for the draft. Jacksonville on the clock. Going to bring on one of our football writers, contributor to the Sports Gambling Podcast. Please welcome Sean Burns.
Oh,
hey,
what's happening, man?
Welcome to the party.
I actually brought this for you. Just wanted you to see. So
hell yeah, there you go. Salud.
There you go.
Yeah, no, cheers. I got a little whiskey. I got a little apple juice too. Cheers, guys.
It's definitely apple juice. You got it.
So, Sean, you are an Eagles fan, but done some work for the Jags, and you live in Florida, right?
I live in St. Augustine, so yeah, right outside Jacksonville.
Okay, so you kind of got the local feel, what's going on in Jacksonville.
Definitely.
It's kind of confusing. It seems like they're clearing out their entire team of anyone who's remotely talented. There was some talk about Yannick getting traded. Still seems like he'll eventually get traded. That hasn't happened yet. Could happen soon. What do you think the Jags do here at 9?
Well, when I was doing my research last night, I found out some stuff about Dave Caldwell's drafts. He's had 7 drafts in Jacksonville, which is crazy. He's drafted 17 SEC players.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
32% of his picks have been from a SEC school. 12 have been from a Florida school. So going over that stuff, I would say it's probably going to be, looking at our list here, it's probably going to be Jerry Jeudy, CJ Henderson, maybe the Wills, the offensive lineman from Bama, or maybe Kinlaw, the defensive tackle from South Carolina.
See, to me, Sean, if you're Jacksonville and you're going to tank for Trevor next year, it makes sense to get that left tackle, right?
Yeah, go offensive lineman.
Agreed.
And
that's where I go.
And everyone's talking about, it's such a deep offensive tackle class, and we've only seen one off the board here so far. Sean, what do you Eagles are, of course, drafting at 21. What do you want to see the Birds do there?
I'd love him to pick receiver, but I'm falling in love with Kenneth Murray at
really?
as well. So
he's a beast.
I'm a little concerned that there's going to be a run on receivers, and I definitely don't want them to, reach for someone in the first that they normally wouldn't. But and as you know, Sean, we don't have much luck with drafting receivers.
No, horrible luck with drafting receivers. Nelson Aguilar as just haunts my dreams. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, again, receiver is a deep class, offensive tackle is a deep class, but everything's kind of going as the mocks had it. It'll be interesting to see if we get, and the Jags, I think, were kind of the biggest wild card in the process here. Do they go offensive line, or do they start the run on possible receivers? I wouldn't be shocked if they went receivers, but the way they're tanking, it kind of makes sense for them to go offensive tackle, something like that. Skill position players you want to get, I don't know. Once you have a
Sean,
couple,
you got to protect Minshew. You got to protect Minshew.
Agreed. My only thought is the fan base is angry about the London situation that constantly comes up, and they're going to need some fireworks. And Judy or Lamb bring that, and obviously we all love Minshew, and he definitely needs some weapons moving forward as well. So.
Yeah.
Line receiver is probably where I would probably lean.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, you could make a pretty good case for either of those positions there. But where do you think Yannick ends up getting traded? I think there was some talk about the Raiders. I don't know. We'll see. Where do you think he ends up?
I think the biggest problem there is I think he's asking for too much. It sounds like the Raiders are interested, and they might have been offering pick 19. If I'm the Jags, I'd take 19, but it sounds like he's asking for a lot, and I'm not sure that the Raiders have the cap space right now, or if they want to pay him, max dollars.
Yeah, if they want to fully load up on him, and yeah, it'll be interesting. It does seem like, I don't know. I still have this feeling that Jordan Love ends up with the Raiders. He seems like the biggest wild card in the first round, or if he doesn't make it in the first round, we'll see. I know, Kramer, we gave out number of quarterbacks drafted in the first round. I think we liked under 4.
We did.
We just couldn't find the 5th quarterback there. Are there any props you bet, Sean, or that you're keeping your eye on here?
I bet the Alabama over 5.5 picks.
Nice.
I actually bet I lost control and bet about 15 props, unfortunately. So
that seems like a common thing where people haven't been able to bet for a really long time, and now they're just pent up. They got all this betting, just looking to blow their wad here, and just went crazy on the draft props.
Exactly. One other thing, I listened to Dave Caldwell's press conference, and he doesn't think there's a lot of depth at the D-line position. So that might open up something for Javon Kinlaw at South Carolina, because it seems like after the top 2 there is a big drop, and the Jags just traded Calais Campbell. And 2 years ago they picked they drafted Taven Bryan from Florida at D tackle, and he hasn't really.
Oh my! Hold on, you nailed it. You nailed it with your Florida school. Jesus,
the pick is in CJ Henderson. Wow.
It definitely makes sense. They lost Ramsey and AJ Boye, so it makes sense.
Our boy Howie loves Florida guys, and I bet if he dropped to 21, that would have been an interesting decision for the Eagles there. But he's off the board here, first cornerback selected. Sean, before we go, any thoughts on the win total for the Jags? Kramer, I know they're one of the lowest on the board, right? At like 4.5 or something.
I believe when we picked it was 5. But
okay, yeah. So where would you lean? Over, under on the Jags win total? We'll call it 5 right now.
I'd probably say under 5.
Yeah.
If it was 4.5, I might go 5, just because it's hard to lose that it's hard to lose, 12 games.
Plus in the wonky AFC South, and especially, I mean, this is something we're going to have to look at with conditioning being a weird thing here in the offseason. Maybe there is those Florida teams at home early in September. The humidity with no conditioning could be a pretty solid advantage. All right, Sean, thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Check out all of Sean's posts. Give him a follow on Twitter as well. Thanks, man.
Cheers, bro.
Kramer, right now, number 10, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock, and we're about to welcome on a contributor here, a man who was at the incident where assault took place. Matt Tusick. Matt, what's happening?
What's going on, boys?
Oh, I like it. Dog pound.
Hey,
Kramer, get us some DMX dog for the dog pound.
Oh, I love it. Gets me fired up.
All right, so you guys are sitting here at 10. It seems you brought in Conklin offensive line, but it still seems like you could use help at offensive line. Is that what you think the Browns do here?
I think so. I think they're probably going offensive line. I took anything but offensive line at plus 125, so I'm hoping that's not where they go, but it's looking like that's what's going to happen.
Why not take Kinlaw out of South Carolina? Why not just make that D line just filthy?
Right? That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think we could get we already got Conklin. Why don't we get a tackle in the second round? Beef up that defense.
Is Myles Garrett going to be playing in 20? Is he still in jail? I haven't seen. Have they freed him from his assault charge committed on the field?
I think he took a trip to Africa. He's really gotten to know himself during this quarantine time, and he's ready to come back.
They really should factor in that it was Mason Rudolph when doing the final suspension. They should be. I mean, if you do that to Tom Brady,
that's one thing.
You sit the kid down for an entire year. But Mason Rudolph, come on, no one's gonna notice that guy.
No, and he started it.
Yeah,
we've been through this, but
the Browns selection already in. The Browns quick on the clock.
I love that.
Ready to make and it's Jedrick Willis Jr., offensive tackle out of Alabama.
Okay.
I like that pick.
I like it. Big body tackle. It's what we need. It's good for the offense. Baker needs a good line. I think we're set at offensive line now. Should help the Browns. And I'll tell you guys what. Browns fans, we're pretty good at this. We draft in the first round top 10 every year. So
that's what you're built on.
I'm going to read all the scouting reports. I'm going to buy into this guy real hard, and we'll see what happens next year. So they could have picked anyone, and I would have been all in on it.
The win total was 8.5 when we did our way too early win totals. Are you going over? Or are you going under?
I'm going way over. Right? They could have said at 11, I would say over. This is the Browns' year.
All right, Matt, hit me up after the show. I'll book your Browns over 11 win total for you.
I might have to offer the world on that again. Cheers, bro.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks for calling in, man. Have a good draft.
Who's on the clock now?
The New York
Jets. What's up, guys?
The database is in the house. Yeah, center yourself so I can do this guy.
Let me put this. Come on, please. My crystal ball. This is my crystal ball.
Colby, we haven't talked, aka the database. We haven't done a ton of draft talk. What do you hope the Jets do here at 11? I selfishly, they're gonna blow it. But how do they blow it here? I hope they don't go receiver because I want all the receivers to be on the board for when they get to 21 for the Eagles. What do you hope the Jets do here?
I definitely. Well, I'm the opposite. I guess we agree with. I don't want them to have a wide receiver ever in the first round unless it's like someone who jumps off the board. I'm a skeptic on CeeDee Lamb. So I want them to go O-line. O-line has treated us good in our history. First round, DeBrickshaw, Ferguson, Nick Mangold.
That guy's a beast.
Yeah. So to me, the skill positions have really burned us lately. Whether you want to say Sam Darnold is I think he's going to be a bust. But I mean, you got we took Calvin Pryor bust, D Milner bust. I could probably name like 5 other ones that we could. Johnny Mitchell. Go back to the days of Johnny Mitchell at tight end. But so I think O-line or D-line, I'm happy. O-line or D-line?
I still think the Jets' issue is Gase more than Darnold. I think Darnold with a different coach. And
I'm going to drink.
Yeah, we saw that with our boy for the Titans. I mean, I'm blanking on it. How do I not remember his name? The fucking kid, the receiver from the Dolphins who became a quarterback.
Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, look at Tannehill.
Yeah.
Once he got out of the Adam Gase system and the Adam Gase world, the dude thrived. I still think Darnold has a decent future. He's a super young kid, but it's going to be tough. Like I'm just off on Adam Gase. We've seen a sample size of people that played with Adam Gase and people who haven't played with Adam Gase, and it doesn't look good for Adam Gase.
Well, I'm not a fan of Adam Gase, but I was not a fan of Darnold as the pick either, so I'll strike both off. But hey, I mean, my main thing is just please don't go skill position, because I mean, what's the last Oklahoma receiver that was really good?
Yeah,
I mean, you can.
Well, and also probably a good time to bring up the fact that the Jets have the CPU Jets have a difficult matchup in the first round of Madden Mayhem, where they're going to be headed to Buffalo to take on the Bills. Of course, check out the selection show dropping this Sunday night to hear all the matchups.
Now, Colby,
all the breakdowns.
I was expecting to hear more optimism in your voice. Finally, the Jets are having a season in 2020 where Tom Brady is no longer in the division. Where's the joy in your voice? You finally got rid of Tom Brady.
Look, and I was thrilled with that, but at the same time, like, it's the Gaze thing. They had to do it at this point. Only the Jets would pick a horrible coach right when the Patriots get rid of Brady, and then obviously make the decisions they did with D. Milner, huh? Rookie of the month 1 month, huh? Out of the league in 3 years, man. So I've had so many letdowns, Sean. You don't understand.
Yes,
I've had so many letdowns. So I'm a huge skeptic. I'm just like, please don't go. I'm just a skeptic. Like maybe
you just take a left tackle then.
That's
so. Two tackles have already been drafted. You're fine with taking the third tackle available in the NFL draft at 11.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. Mekhi Becton, right? Is that who you were thinking, or what?
He's the bust. He's Eric Flowers 2.0.
Yeah, he's a guy I hope the Giants would draft. I mean, Tristan Wirfs is an interesting guy. He's from Iowa, kind of a football factory there. He was a guy that shot up because of his good combine, so that's always a little red flaggy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Wirfs.
If you read my mock draft, pretty accurate with the exception of me not putting Andrew Thomas to the Giants.
Really?
But I did have I had Wills to the Browns and I had Becton to the Jets because that would be the total Jets draft pick. The guy who he looks great, right? Massive dude. Slight questions about the comp as compared to like the SEC tackles, for example. And he just looks like a dude who's going to bust out of the fucking league.
I'd personally go, Wirfs first. Obviously, I trust offensive linemen from Iowa way more than I do from Louisville. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, Louisville, ACC lineman. I don't know, a little wonky.
You know what, though, Louisville.
He's one of those guys who will get penetration.
Papa John showed us that.
People, I think Cash Juno was one of the guys pointing out in the YouTube chat that everyone, as expected, draft day, it's a time of hope and time of optimism. Every one of the people we've interviewed have taken the over on their team's win total. I think Colby may be the first guy who takes the under. So we'll see there as we close things out. But they're showing the receivers on the board. The pick is in for the New York Jets.
Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me again.
So you don't want CeeDee Lamb.
Now, Oklahoma, dude, there hasn't been a good Oklahoma receiver, or even when Lincoln Riley was at East Carolina, those receivers were kind of bust in the NFL. Zay Jones and the guy for the Falcons. I'm struggling to think of his name right now, but
sorry. Michael Irvin's distracting me. He's looking like a maroon zebra. It's like fucking outfit he's got on. He's advocating for a playmaker and going receiver. But the Jets are just such an interesting team. They get rid of Robbie Anderson. They bring in who was the kid they brought in from Tampa Bay? I'm blanking on his name. He was Perryman, which I think was a decent signing. He showed a decent run there late with the Bucks, and they got him at a decent price. So I don't think that was a horrible signing by them.
I mean, I'm still a little bit of a skeptic because he was a bust in Baltimore. But hey, like to me, great teams are built around the O-line, D-line, obviously quarterback, but I mean, I don't think we have that answer there, but hey, second round, I'll say that.
They're showing Henry Ruggs, who's wearing a bathrobe and gold chain, which is really an awesome look.
If I had to choose a receiver, I think let's go Ruggs. Let's do that bathrobe and gold chain.
I hope the Eagles get Ruggs. Now, maybe they'll have to trade up for him, but especially with their setup, they really need speed on the outside. He's got the card. He's signaling.
They're gonna fuck me. They're gonna.
Roger Goodell is announcing the New York Jets selection.
What do we got?
Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle out of Louisville.
Hey, I'll still take that over the wide receiver, dude. I'll live and die with that. I will live and die with an O lineman over a wide receiver every time. But you're right. I would have took the Iowa kid. But look. Let me go back. I mean, look, I just need to start drinking again because it could be a long year.
Dude, he's a big ass dude. Look at his dad. His dad's about to crush him. Like, this is a big boy. And I don't know. You could go crazier than I'm
happy, man. I mean, look, I would rather had another offensive lineman. I'm not as much as like to say like Becton's a for sure bust. I think CeeDee Lamb is much more of a risk than Becton.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6'7", 364. You just got to stand there. I mean, oh, dude, this guy used to play center. Oh, man.
Can you hear me, Sean?
Guy, huh?
Yep. Kramer's back.
Oh,
dropped out for a second.
Sean, we had a complete power outage in the house.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Oh,
it's like 90 degrees in Southern California today.
He's slamming it at home. Are you seeing this highlight film?
Oh my God. Look at that movement.
All right. So we got to move on to the Raiders here. What's the win total at for the Jets, Kramer?
The win total for the Jets when we did the way too early was at 7. Are you taking over or under?
Over, baby. Over. We are going to the playoffs. The Patriots will win the division. We'll make a 9-7 wild card.
Wow. So even Colby's optimistic. That's how you know things are getting crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Joining us to break down the Las Vegas Raiders, our man in the desert, Scott Baxter Bowser.
How are you doing, guys? How are we doing? I'm great. I'm glad you guys had me on for the Raiders, not just because I live in Vegas, but because I have this Stepsons of Anarchy mustache going.
It's very nice, Bowser.
It is terrifying.
Yeah. Well, like, I just want to say, like, the Raiders need to hit it out of the park with these 2 first-round picks this year.
Yeah. They got a 12 and 19.
Well, not just that, man. Like, you're coming into a Golden Knights town, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
seriously.
Dude, like, it's insane how much people love that hockey team out here. Who would have thought that it would work in the desert like that? It's absolutely fucking crazy. Dude, I think the Raiders, man, if you want to play into the same division as KC with Patrick Mahomes, you need to go defensive end, pass rusher, and defensive back in these 2 first-round picks here.
Sean,
They're
are you
probably
watching this? Hold on. I'm sorry, Bowser. Sean, are you watching him push this truck up a hill?
Mekhi Becton was pushing an Escalade up a hill. That was pretty bad.
That's a bust. He's an absolute bust. And you notice this motherfucker has a picture of himself in the studio behind him. What is going on?
To his credit, so does Michael Irvin. So maybe it's just what winners do. I don't know. It's weird. I think I threw out a prop that the Raiders would select offense first, and that certainly is the favorite here. I still think I agree with you. I think defense is the way to go.
Dude,
but
I think
Love.
It's Jordan Love.
It could be Jordan Love. I threw that out there. We got
to get our shit going mentally.
I've been hearing a lot of Jordan Love smoke out here, but I could see them taking him at the 19th pick. I think he'll still be there in a few.
You know what, Sean? This is all about CeeDee Lamb. And if you have the total on Judy at 12 or CeeDee Lamb at 12.5, you are sitting here waiting to cash your ticket.
Actually, I have them both. So if they go with CeeDee Lamb here, I cash 2 tickets. And I have CeeDee Lamb.
What is going on?
Pick is in, I guess, here.
Gruden is fat as shit.
No, dude, he's ripped, man. That's a barrel keg right there.
Keep in mind, guys, this new stadium's not going to be ready probably now because of this till 2021. So you can kind of punt this draft in a certain way.
Where are they going to play their games?
Probably Sam Boyd, the UNLV stadium. Pack it in like 25,000 large in there.
Well, and there's so many scenarios, especially if you're talking about playing with no fans. Like, why wouldn't they just play it at Sam Boyd at like night on Saturday or something crazy like that?
Yeah.
We could see some really fun scenarios. The selection it is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. We're about to hear. Jordan.
Who is
Jordan?
it?
Is it Jordan Love?
No.
Is it Jordan Love?
No way.
No.
I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb. Personally,
Gruden traded Mayock, the first pick, for all the others.
Henry Ruggs the third.
Wow. Kaching.
Not that crazy because he is the speedster, and Raiders love speed. He's got his bathrobe on.
I think this triggers a wide receiver run here.
Yeah, which I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if San Francisco takes CeeDee Lamb here.
We could be going on a receiver run here, and I think Jordan Love's definitely a play at 19 now.
Yeah, maybe they realized they didn't have to take him at 12.
Sean, I gave you CeeDee Lamb. I gave you CeeDee Lamb over 12.5 for 100,000 to win 140,000. Kutching, you are welcome, Sean. You went against me like a fool, and you bet me a unit. I think.
I never actually signed up on that. No, I'm still up 4 units going into Madden Mayhem. All right, Scott, thanks for calling in. What's the win total for the Raiders?
The Raiders, screw the Raiders. Let's ask them about the Steelers. Steelers are at 9.5. You going over? Or you going under?
I'm going over, man. I'm going over all the way.
All right, we'll see keeping our streak.
Am I coming back for the 19th pick here?
We'll see. We'll see in a little bit.
Keeping our streak alive.
You guys keep it real.
Kramer, now we're blowing through this draft right now. We're up to 13. San Francisco.
Right. Who's up? I got notes. I got our guest order. I got my own draft props because I'm absolutely crushing it right now.
Play the money sound. Joining us, Robert Oakes. He's a fan, reached out, said he wanted to represent the 49ers. Perfect time to bring him on to the show. Robert, what's happening, man?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
First off, love your crystal clear sound quality. Maybe you can explain that to Bowser. Now, right now, we're talking at 49ers, 13th overall. We're possibly seeing a run on receivers. We just threw out CeeDee Lamb as an option here for the 49ers. What do you want as a fan? What do you think they will do?
I really want Lamb. I really want Lamb, but I could see Judy as well.
Imagine, Sean. Imagine thinking that Ruggs was going to be the first guy, and you can still get if you're Shanahan right now. Deebo Samuel's going to be a player. And I'm going Lamb because Lamb is the best receiver on the board. I love this. A poster of yourself behind you, Jerry Judy, right? Or that's Henry Ruggs.
It's Henry Ruggs. The bathrobe and gold chain.
The Old Spice bathrobe. What's happening?
It's madness. So 49ers, maybe it does seem like everyone was talking about them taking a receiver here at 13. Any other positions that are on your radar? If they don't go receiver, what would you want them to do?
I would say probably offensive line. That's really the only other thing I could see at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, Wirfs shouldn't still be there. Wirfs at this point, I mean, we're getting to the point of the draft where if one of those top 4 guys was still available, it was going to be a steal. Obviously, I don't see that being the San Francisco pick. I think 100% they're taking Judy or Lamb here. Whoever Shanahan likes more, that's who they're taking. But boy, if you need an offensive lineman, I mean, I think we could see a trade coming soon for someone like Wirfs, because I don't think people necessarily expected him to still be here. Or, oh, by the way, Tom Brady, Tampa Bay Bucks next pick.
I mean,
they need a tackle.
The
Come
Bucks,
on.
the Bucks are at 14. Why would they trade out there if they can get Wirfs at 14? And what I'm worried about as an Eagles fan is if 49ers take Judy or Lamb at 13, then maybe Denver takes either Lamb or Judy at the other one, and then you're kind of moved down to the next tier of receivers. So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on. But San Francisco, are you worried, Robert, as a San Francisco fan? They traded away DeForest Buckner for this 13 overall pick. Was that a move you were for, or did you think? I mean, their defensive line was a huge part of them getting to the Super Bowl. Are you worried they took away from a strength there?
Well, I think they had to make a move either way because they weren't going to be able to pay everybody. They also have Armstead. They had to pretty much choose between either of those. Kind of tough. You had to make the decision, but the good thing is they're pretty deep along the D line. So
now it looks like you got a pretty sweet, some pretty sweet memorabilia in the back there. What kind of cool San Francisco stuff do you have? I'm assuming it's all 49ers. You got some other Bay Area teams you're repping?
Yeah, no, it's pretty much just all Niner stuff, and then there's a couple basketball things, but pretty much Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Dwight Clark, John Taylor.
Jesus. Hard team to root for, huh? Although I will say, Matt Barr, 5 field goals, suck it.
Kramer had to crowbar that in. I mean, a crazy run for San Francisco. You had the run with Montana, you had the run with Steve Young, and then you even had that last run with Kaepernick, and now you have another run with Jimmy G. It's got to be pretty good to
Sean,
be a 49er.
We have a trade. Bucks have traded up to take the
Wow.
49ers pick.
Okay. So we'll react to this trade, but we don't. We're not going to have a pick here for Robert to break down.
Well, it's just one pick. They traded back one pick, I believe.
Okay. Now this is interesting because I mean, Tampa Bay. What are they doing? Did they think San Francisco was going to go offensive line? Because why would they trade up just one spot?
Tampa, Louis Riddick's effectively saying that Tampa's trading up to take the tackle just to make sure. They didn't want someone else. They didn't want someone else to come up and steal Wirfs from them. So that just to be safe, they traded up the one pick, and that's what it looks like they're going to take the tackle.
Yeah, and I guess if you're a 49er fan, you got to be pretty stoked. You drop back one spot, and you're probably going to get the same guy you wanted anyway.
Yeah, they definitely needed some more picks here. So
yeah, they were thin on picks, and I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they got for it, but they're showing Tristan Wirfs, who
hopefully he can upgrade this living room. Look at that picture in the top left of the screen.
Oh wait, Bruce Arians on the screen.
Uh-oh.
Bruce Arians. It doesn't appear he has an office. It appears he just like he just moved a table into like his dining room. And there's a weird man in the reflection filming Bruce Arians.
He's also holding the camera.
Is this a live video? Okay, because he was just held in the same position for so long. It was almost like a scene out of Speed where they just. Okay, and I get some shots here of Jason Lightbox, general manager,
on the YouTube chat pointing out Iowa definitely not paying their players. Oh, look at this. It looks like Tom Brady might have been coaching the front office on how to show affection to their children.
No open mouth kisses for Jason Light GM, but that's just Brady's way. Yeah, this will be interesting. It does seem like they did it just to get Wirfs. Interesting though, and maybe they got some buzz that other people were trying to get Wirfs. But if you're Tampa Bay right now, you get Gronk and Wirfs within a week or two here. I mean, I know it's easy to just hate on these super teams or to fade them, but I think they are putting together a decent squad. Kramer, Maybe we were just 1 year ahead with our Tampa Bay prediction.
Yeah, we were 32 interceptions ahead of that prediction.
way too crazy there. So Robert, you're still, I'm guessing you're still wanting the same receiver, right? It doesn't seem like it's going to change much for you guys.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I'm hoping definitely for one of the receivers.
Any have you gotten down on any of the prop bets? Anything
The win total, Sean, for the Niners next year when we did our way too early was 10.5. A little bit of juice on the under, -115 as to -105 on the over. They were 13-3. Would you take that over, Robert? Would you take the over on 10.5 right now?
Robert, you there?
Did we lose Robert?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm hearing all kind of different.
Would you take the over there?
Yes.
All right, there you go.
I do have the Niners to draft offense first.
Okay, nice. And so you would go over 10.5 wins for the 49ers?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Come on.
Well, and if you're and they did it. The Tampa Bay Bucks get Tristan Wirfs. So,
you're welcome. Yeah. Draft Insider, Real Money Kramer.
Nailing this with his mock draft. So update on the draft party prop sheet. Tua was the first quarterback drafted. We have a couple Alabama players already drafted. So 2 so far on the total at 5.5. Isaiah Simmons will be drafted over 6.5. Hit there. Who is the first receiver drafted? We only had CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy on the prop sheet.
We're still gonna grade it between those two, whoever goes first. But yeah, Ruggs going first. That was definitely the long shot, or the third longest odds of the bunch. We've also not seen a dog, cat, champagne, beer, cigar, hugging an animal, or wearing the wrong hat. So for those keeping track at home.
None of the weird animal related props coming in right now. But
look at this guy, he threw shot put. I love that. I would have been okay with the Giants drafting Wirfs, but it seemed like Gettleman was going to take Tom. He fell in love with Thomas. Perhaps he got a remote. He got a UPS package with some body odor to smell to make sure he knew what was going on.
Well, and a guy who was shot put. I mean, that's like strong inside. I mean, the move to throw a shot put is very similar to the move to just blow a guy off the defensive. I mean, look at those hands jumping out of the pool.
Wait, is he going to jump out of the pool? No way.
No, he can't get fully out of the pool. Oh my God. Look at those thighs. He may be the best. Maybe there was a reason he was, maybe there was a reason he killed at the combine and kind of shot at people's draft boards, because that guy is certainly an athletic specimen.
What's up, Sean?
No, I was just making sure we're keeping up on the draft props and everything like that.
Yeah, this is a lot, and Sean, unlike the mainstream media, we're doing this with zero producers.
No, zero producers,
zero interns, zero producers, zero IT guys in Winnebagos sitting outside my house, zero guys in the reflection.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of been a pretty straightforward draft. We'll see if things get crazy here as San Francisco looks to make a run on receivers, possibly.
Do they trade back in?
Yeah. Hold on. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Kramer, talk to Robert.
Coming off the Super Bowl, what the question that has to be haunting you is the hangover going to occur to Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy G, and the boys?
I really hope not. I think what they need to do is just get this offense back to where it needs to be, and Jimmy has no excuses. If they can get another big receiver for him, there's no more excuses for him. I mean, he's a little shaky last year, so he's got to get it together.
And I think that second receiver is going to be key. Emmanuel Sanders, you saw what he did, walking in the door, immediately being a guy that Jimmy G could rely on Debo Samuel year 2, that's got to be exciting. But to be able to draft a guy right now and get an absolute stud in either Judy or Lamb, I think both of these guys are top 10 talent. And I think for whatever reason this year, I think a lot of the draft nicks are out there talking about how deep the class is, how deep the second round wide receiver class is, that it's causing some of these guys to drop. And I think the Niners are going to get a freaking steal right now. It's annoying.
Yeah.
As a Giants fan.
Yeah. Well, you're from New Jersey, so you gotta come on.
Look, I'm on the Kramer FML tour right now. And
it's been a while.
It's been a while. I'm very optimistic. Zach and Steve had me very, very optimistic earlier, but I mean, honestly, like the key for the Niners is going to be that division. I think, and Sean graces us back. Sean not wearing his catheter tonight. That's not cool.
Sorry. I also had to freshen my drink, so it was not, knock a couple things out here.
But we were touching on it earlier. The defensive line. We will wonder. We will have to see it. Hopefully football starts on time, and we'll have to see it. But will this trade? And we're going to assume they're essentially trading a defensive stud for an offensive stud. Will it be the key for them? And will them losing that kind of eliteness in their front seven be a problem, or will they just replace it because now Shanahan has another toy to roll out there?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think they're deep along the D line, so I think a little bit more offense will definitely help because they're probably gonna give up some more points, obviously, than they did last year because their D line was so good. It's definitely important to keep D Ford. They got to keep him because they get rid of him, and it seemed like when he was out there, Bosa was just running crazy and getting sacks. So
yeah, Bosa's so fun to watch, man.
Yeah, he's so good. He just never stops.
Dude's a legit beast. I mean, both the Bosa brothers are. Like, as long as those dudes stay healthy, they're just so exciting to watch and just so dominant. It's crazy.
Sean, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take a little break. I'll
okay.
be right back.
Taking a little bathroom break here on the air. We're hitting the 2-hour mark, and this is just it's flying by right now. Robert, what have you been doing now that everything's kind of shut down? Have you been trying to get your sports fix, or how's life changed for you?
Oh, man. Well, I had knee surgery in February, so I've been kind of just basically quarantined since that point, middle of February.
Oh, geez.
So I haven't been back to work for a couple of months, but basically just rehabbing the knee, cooking a lot, and part-time teacher for my son. So.
Oh, there you go. You got to check all the boxes. Living this quarantine life. 30 seconds left for the 49ers pick. And who is this? Is this the 49ers? That's not the GM.
Shanahan.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He turned there. All right. And now you got John Lynch wearing a nice pink shirt there. It'll be interesting. It does seem like I think the only way they would have taken the trade back if they knew they were going to get the guy that they wanted to get.
Absolutely. So. Yeah. And then they definitely needed some more picks because they're pretty bare there after the first 2 first rounders. They were basically not until I think they didn't have another pick until round 4 or 5.
Yeah. So did they announce the compensation yet for?
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see what they got, but I'm sure I would assume they got something in the second round.
Yeah, and I don't know. CeeDee Lamb just makes a ton of sense here. Maybe they go Jerry Jeudy. There was that late breaking news kind of that Jeudy had that knee surgery done, so we'll see if that has an impact on his draft stock. He was kind of the consensus number 1 there for a little while, and then it was back and forth between him and CeeDee Lamb. No one, I think, really had Ruggs as the number 1 guy. It did make sense that Ruggs went to the Raiders because he is the fastest. So, but yeah, now we're looking at the live look in here of Shanahan and John Lynch checking their phones, waiting for the official thing to go through. Now slowly, I guess his daughters, I'm assuming, daughters' friends, everyone crowding around waiting to hear the announcement of the San Francisco 49ers pick. Yeah, I know Colby was kind of a
little meat and cheese plate.
All right, Kramer couldn't make it 2 hours without eating. Classic Italian.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh wow, Javon Kinlaw.
Well, they replaced them.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Robert is not happy. I'm happy because it means the receivers are dropping like flies.
Do you want to switch your pick to the under 10.5 wins?
No, but
it's
the receiver.
It's not as fun. It's not the sexy pick, but Javon Kinlaw, I mean, I don't know. I think he would be great on that defensive line. And again, maybe he fills in for Buckner and kind of picks up kind of where you guys left off.
Yeah. Maybe it was just selfishly me wanting to win the offense. Not his best offense first, but
it's hard not to fall in love with one of the high-profile receivers.
This sucks.
No, I mean,
this sucks because now the Eagles are going to get a receiver. God damn it.
We will see. All right. Robert, thanks for checking in and appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Supporting the podcast, and we'll see you around, man.
See you, bro.
All right, take care. See ya.
The Denver Broncos are on the clock, Kramer. We know two big Broncos fans in our life. Joining us in the lower right corner is, of course, Uncle Ruben and the man, the myth, the legend, Denver Broncos fan, Dick Olson. Ruben, we'll start with you. What do you want the Broncos to do here at 15?
What's up, guys? Wide receiver, man. They got to go with the wide receiver.
Now they do, yeah.
At this point, I don't care.
And the 49ers didn't take Lamb or Judy. Do you have a preference between those two?
Probably Judy. I mean, he just seems like he has a bigger dick, so fuck it.
Well, a guy who always factors that into his handicapping, Dick Olson. Dick, what do you want the Broncos to do? Are you also with Ruben going receiver here?
I'll go CeeDee Lamb. As far as dicks are concerned, I can see Jordan in the background. If you remember, Green, we all thought Jordan had a bigger dick than Tiger Woods, but we were wrong.
Yeah,
CeeDee Lamb's probably got the bigger cock. Let's go CeeDee Lamb. Either way, we win.
And who would have thought?
Ruben, we get a wide receiver, and we didn't even have to trade up to do it.
Exactly.
And who would have thought that Dick Olson would be the first one observing all the way, like doing the classic mask move.
Quarantine.
I'm actually in my office, so you never know. There's coronavirus everywhere.
Dick, have you been watching? I assume you watched the first two episodes of The Last Dance, the documentary, the Jordan one on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
What? Any early takeaways from the Jordan doc?
No, I mean, I think it just confirmed how much of a badass he was. I like the Scottie Pippen. I didn't realize how underpaid that guy was.
Yeah, you kind of felt bad for him, but he ended up getting paid in Portland. It was an interesting stat. He actually ended up making more in his career in the NBA than Jordan long term because he got a bunch of guaranteed money late.
Also, because Jordan missed 2 years when he had his father killed, allegedly.
To pay a gambling bet.
There you go. Get the X-Files music on. So Ruben,
hold on, guys. We got it. Should we save the win total for later?
Sure, we got it. The pick is in for the Broncos.
Wow.
Who is this guy? Who's this guy with the glasses? Wow. Does he know he's on TV?
Oh yeah, this guy knows. He was doing a lot of drama earlier.
Who is this guy? What house are we in right now? Still haven't seen a dog or a cat, Sean.
No, that was greatly over exaggerated. Ruben, Drew Lock, are we in or are we out long term for the Broncos?
We're in. At this point, it's either him or fucking Howie's got to go. This is like his 17th quarterback.
Yeah. How do they get rid of Elway? That seems impossible.
If somehow Big Dick Jeff Driscoll ends up starting next season, then Elway's out.
Elway's gonna have a medical emergency after a weekend up at the like ski the ski bar that he likes to frequent.
He's gonna get drunk at one of his car dealerships and like plow a 2021 SUV into something. Dick, are you also in on Drew Lock, the Drew Lock era for Denver? I know for a long time in the Comedy Garage house we had a clipping of.
Are you seeing John Elway's house right now?
No, I missed it.
The framing was on the Super Bowl trophies. He's like off to the edge. The 3 Super Bowl trophies right in the middle.
He's got some weird like Japanese paintings in the background.
Oh, dude. John Elway 100% has Asian chicks fucking in the ass. I mean, I apologize.
John.
Yeah.
Wow.
Asian pussy.
Big
This
fan.
one's for John.
Dick, are you all in on the Drew Lock era as well?
Yeah, as well as the Asian pussy. Yeah, no, I don't know. What did he play? 5 games. He was 4-1. He's too new to rate. I don't know.
Yeah,
kid's young. We'll see. We'll give him a shot. But
he's got moxie.
You know how many games, Ruben, did they lose by 4 points or less last year?
Too many.
You know, I think they're 10-6. They are wild card this year. Now after they get CeeDee Lamb here,
Jerry Jeudy.
Or Jerry Jeudy. I really don't give a fuck. Take either of them.
Wow.
If they fuck this up, I'm not going to a game if there's coronavirus.
So wait, I missed it. Did they take Jerry Jeudy?
Jeudy is the pick.
Jeudy is the pick. Congratulations, guys. Ruben, you were leaning more CeeDee Lamb. Are you talking yourself into Jeudy?
No, at this point, Cortland said it. He just needed help, dude.
Is that a Star of David?
Yeah.
All right,
because
there you go.
They called him Juke the Judy. They had a whole interview. Yeah, it's borderline fucking crazy, but yeah.
The chosen one. So shout out to Jerry Jeudy. Nice. And CeeDee Lamb looking like he's going to be the 3rd receiver taken. Let's get a quick poll between you guys on the win total. Kramer, what are the Broncos sitting at for 2020?
The Broncos are sitting at 7.5 minus 125 on the over.
Okay.
What are we thinking?
Over's a lock.
Lock it up.
Easy money. It's like taking the Disney option at $100 a share at September 18th expiration date. Easy money. Take that 8 all day.
All right. Thank you guys for calling in. Good luck with your Broncos, and good luck with the rest of the draft.
Dick, if you want to call in later for the Vikings, feel free.
Yeah, I gotta go home and be a dad. I'm still at work, fuckers.
All right. Keep working hard. See you guys. Salud. Well, Kramer, man, this draft is just flying by. Interesting that CeeDee Lamb still available at 16.
Wow.
Do the Eagles trade up here for Lamb at 16? I say they do it, but we'll see. Joining us on the program, he's not a Falcons fan, but he's representing them. Contributor to sportsgamblingpodcast.com. Will Mormon. Will, what's happening?
What's up, guys? It's an interesting pick here, isn't it? How is CeeDee Lamb still available?
Right?
Yeah.
God damn it. The Eagles are going to get CeeDee Lamb.
You know, Sean, it's funny, too,
crazy.
because I told you the other day that they're going to end up trading this pick away anyways.
Yeah, and I saw that Falcons at 16. It's not that far to trade up. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles pull the trigger, trade up, and get Lamb here, or if someone else does that same thing and gets Lamb at 16. It's going to be interesting. I'm getting inundated with text messages here where everyone's like, what do we do? What do we do? Will, you are representing the Falcons here. I know you're not a true diehard Falcons fan, but what do you think the Falcons should do here? 16. I mean, certainly trading down is an option for them, but if they make a pick here, what would you lean?
Well, they have to go defense here, right? I mean, their secondary has been horrible. You still got Kenneth Murray out there. That's a good option, too. There's still some good cornerbacks out there, you know?
Yeah, I mean
Murray's a good one. I really like. But I think I could see. I mean, what I did in my mock draft was I gave him the edge rusher at LSU. I do think Dan Quinn last try, he's got to go edge rusher, right? Or is it just,
and Chason, or however you pronounce it,
which tells me he trades back. Eagles are coming.
I mean, if you want CeeDee Lamb and you only have to move up to 16 to get him, I think the Eagles are interested. I think the Vikings are interested. Like, I think you could get multiple opportunities here for a trade up.
He's the best receiver in the class.
And there's 3 minutes left on the clock. They haven't traded yet. I don't know. It'll be interesting because Atlanta, I don't think needs a receiver. Like it's, and the pick is in for the Falcons, so it looks like they're not.
Giants coming up. Trade. I'm just kidding.
Don't you think they should go running back too? I mean, the run game is something that they could definitely work on. But again, that's something you could grab later in the draft.
People have shamed teams for taking running backs early. I mean, in a normal year, I feel like Swift and even the kid out of Wisconsin, Taylor, would be top 15 picks. And so I guess that's always a possibility. Like at some point, someone's going to break the draft. And at this point, Ruggs was a bit of a weird pick, but no one's broken the draft yet. It could be this Atlanta pick with the pass rusher of their choice. Like, I really think Dan Quinn's like, well, fuck it. If you're going to give me one more chance, I'm at least going to be hitting quarterbacks.
Well, and pass rusher, I think, is a position. You get a stud pass rusher in there, that can have an impact. He clearly is on a 1-year lease here in Atlanta. So pass rusher is something you can get an impact right away. And the fact that they're not trading out, I'd be shocked if they went receiver here. That makes no sense.
Wouldn't that be really Atlanta-esque though to go receiver here anyways?
That's true. And maybe it's one of those things they add strength on strength. You bring up running back again. It's like, I agree, but like you could probably get that done in the second round. 16, I don't know. Or maybe it feels like, I think they go edge rusher, and maybe they like the kid from Penn State, maybe like Chason, the guy from LSU, is kind of the consensus best available pass rusher right now, I would think, right?
Well, then you got Epinesa, however you say his name, from Iowa. I know he's up there on the boards as well. I like him as an edge rusher more, actually.
There's a bunch of guys I feel like you could trade again. You could trade back to where the Eagles are and get in that same edge rusher.
Sorry to interrupt, but there something needs to be done with the coloring on Roger Goodell's TV, because they showed a shot of Joe Burrow and he looked like a ghost. He was insanely white, even for a crazy white guy standard. So Xavier McKinney, maybe they do something in the secondary there. That's certainly an option.
Feels a bit early to do that.
But Chason is the highest guy that kind of matches their needs. But Kenneth Murray also, I mean, maybe it's a little high for him, but they do need to load up on the defense. And I think if they can just get a little better on that defense, I know from betting on the Falcons a few times, their defense was just horrific. And even when they were outscoring teams, you got screwed a couple times, and it was just horrible beat after horrible beat.
So you mentioned McKinney, and the interesting thing about him is he's a safety by trade, but he can also play cornerback, which could really help the team, I think, too.
So maybe they start him at like a nickel corner role, where you see a lot of the safeties do double duty as safety and nickel corner. What's up, Kramer?
Guys, my camera just broke for a second. I don't know. There also seems to be a low pressure system passing through the studio.
So possibly farted so loud that it destroyed the camera, or are you creating, or is it a vaping device?
Hold on, look at Thomas Dimitrov. Oh my goodness,
what the hell's going on there?
All right, I
got a
honest.
standing desk.
These Microsoft
assistant. Who was that guy?
These Microsoft iMacs look horrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
They're not attractive computers.
Oh man,
what are we doing here, Sean?
Atlanta Falcons. I think you go. I think they go Chason here. AJ Terrell. Okay, we hadn't talked about him, but he is the cornerback out of Clemson.
Sean, this absolutely locks in my Clemson bets, where Clemson has 2 players drafted. I of course went on the side of minus. What did I take, Sean? I'm looking through my list. I took something on Clemson.
I think you took -0.5 against Oklahoma, or something, or maybe
I think I took the other side. That's what we bet a unit on. You owe me. That's it. No. I want a unit from you.
No, I definitely didn't.
With 2 guys picked. I really thought he was going to go to Minnesota. This is an interesting pick all the way up here. But Dan Quinn, it wasn't the pass rusher, but he went for his guy on defense.
It's solid. It's solid.
Yeah, no, I mean SEC cornerback. I mean you're covering like a bunch of these top 10 receivers, so I think, I think it makes sense from that standpoint. All right, we got to move on to Dallas here.
Oh my God!
Boo, the
God,
Cowboys.
boo.
Will,
Fuck
thanks
the
for calling
Cowboys.
in.
Thanks, guys.
Do you have a take
dude.
on the Falcons win total, Kramer? Do you have that in front of you?
The win total is 7.5.
They could go over. Matt Ryan can't be that terrible again, right?
Yeah, I guess there's two ways to look at it. He can't be that terrible again, or it's the end of the Matt Ryan era. We'll see. Will, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. And
Yeah, no problem.
See you, bro.
At sportsgamblingpodcast.com.
Matty Ice, of course, named after Natty Ice, so that's a place to start.
And he's a Philly guy, so I can't
Oh, here
rank
we go.
on him that
Who's
hard.
up next?
Adam Pelletier. He's representing the Dallas Cowboys. Adam, I know you're not a Cowboys fan, so apologies.
No, I'm a Bills fan though, and we own the Cowboys at this point after the Thanksgiving Day massacre that went down last year.
Oh, I love it. That's right. Dallas went down.
Dallas
went down.
It was a great day.
That guy was so awesome. I won. It was the best gambling day of the year for me. Well, because I had Bills money line, but then I also hit on a 3-team parlay. I was hanging out with my father-in-law, and he was like in Vegas, and he's like, "Okay, tell me what to do." And I'm like, "All right, you should parlay these 3 teams," and it actually hit. So he thinks I'm a genius. So, and
Smart
God bless
move,
the
dude.
Bills.
Smart
Always have a soft spot in my heart for the Bills. Before we get to the gross, disgusting Cowboys, what do your Bills traded away the first round pick to get Stephon Diggs? What do you think of that?
All about that move. Stephon Diggs is definitely a Bills receiver, somebody that Josh Allen really needs. They lacked that last year and the year before, someone to stretch the field, and Diggs is the best receiver down the field, and he's just going to be a stud for them.
It's also a good matching of like kind of talent to weakness, right? Josh Allen's weakness is his, we'll call it high variance accuracy, and Diggs has an amazing catch radius. So I think he's a perfect and Diggs is gonna love it, right? Because he's the guy. He's gonna get a lot of action, and now guess what? Opens it up for Mr. Brown to go over the top. So. I hate to do it because he wasn't a K-metric guy, but Josh Allen, he could have a good year this year.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Bills team. I think Sean McDermott's a really good coach, but oh god, they fucking broke my heart in that playoff game.
Dude, it was all up and down. We're all watching at the bar, and we're all sitting there, and we're all excited. We're starting to talk about how we're going to Baltimore, and we just cratered, and then we sent it to overtime, and we're back up, and then we just cratered again. It was an emotional day that we don't necessarily all remember the entire day.
Fucking Deshaun Watson. All right, so Adam, give us your 2 cents here on who you think the Cowboys should draft, or who you think they will draft.
It looks like they're probably going to go to the secondary. People have been talking about them as an edge team with Chason or Epinesa, but they've actually spent a decent amount of money there, and they've got Aldon Smith ready to come back off suspension, assuming he doesn't do anything crazy again. And the same thing with Randy Gregory. So they're pretty locked down there. But looking at a guy like Christian Fulton at corner, or Xavier McKinney or Grant Delpit at safety, but also it's Jerry Jones drafting, and no one's there to wrestle the card out of his hand. So we could see someone like Cole Kmet going here, the tight end out of Notre Dame, just coming out of left field.
That would be
Sean, when you
sorry, real quick, Adam, maybe dial down the volume on your mic just a hair. There you go. Sweet. What were you gonna say, Kramer?
Oh, I was gonna say, whenever I just see Jerry Jones, all I can think about is the South Park representation of Jerry Jones, and he was just sitting on that couch, looking fat and happy like a fucking alien.
He looks.
Look at his son. Oh, that's Mike McCarthy. Oh my god.
He looks like a lost Jones son.
He's part of the family.
Well, this looks like a living room at a Westworld or something. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And whenever I see Jerry Jones, I always think of C. Montgomery Burns. Like he's just like this old, decrepit, evil-looking dude. you know, they're all excited. Hey, Mike, yeah, we took that guy. Yeah, we didn't let you actually. This is Jerry explaining to Mike he's not going to have any input on personnel.
What do you mean you already made the pick?
Okay, I do what you say. Yeah, I took that analytics course you asked me to do. There was a thing like Mike McCarthy in his year off. He was like learning about analytics. It's like, what
Sean,
the hell?
imagine if Chris Farley was still with us.
Oh,
he
my
would
God.
play Mike McCarthy. Look at that.
In our sports sketch show, where anyone would understand a Mike McCarthy reference, we would certainly cast him.
God bless the seams in that jacket.
I wouldn't be surprised they go safety here, but I wouldn't put anything past the Cowboys. The selection is in. Roger Goodell is reading it for the Dallas Cowboys, and it is CeeDee Lamb. Oh,
what?
Receiver out of Oklahoma.
Wow.
I hate this pick.
Don't put anything past Jerry Jones, man.
Wow. Maybe Mike McCarthy had some say in that pick.
I mean, they do need another receiver. Michael Gallup isn't necessarily anything to get excited about opposite Amari Cooper, so they must have just been thinking, we need something for Dak to make this worth it.
Jesus. I hate this. This is not good for my CPU Giants against the CPU Cowboys in Madden Mayhem.
I mean, of the guys, I wanted Ruggs the most. But Jesus, CeeDee Lamb was within striking distance. I'm pissed they didn't trade up to Atlanta at 16 and take him. That would have been a good. But God, the Cowboys, they're the worst. I'm gonna just think about Colby, who pointed out that CeeDee Lamb was a huge bust.
Adam, you wrote a 2-round mock draft for the sportsgamblingpodcast.com. Who do you have the Bills taking in the second round?
I got them going out and beefing up that defensive line, taking Curtis Weaver, the edge out of Boise State. I think that's who's going to be there. In my heart, I want them to trade up and get Kyle Duggar because I think he's just a Buffalo guy, small school guy, constant motor, going to fill in nice there, and we're going to need to cover guys all over the field. I mean, the running backs and tight ends killed us last year, and that's the only area of weakness we have left right now. So.
Well, good luck to your Bills.
What is the Bills win total at?
I was just about to ask it. Are you going?
And the Cowboys.
Are you going? Well, Bills are 8.5 minus 150 on the over, so a little bit juice there. Cowboys are 9.5 minus 125 on the under. Where are you going?
Cowboys are definitely over. Cowboys are under. Sorry, Bills are going to be over that. Bills are winning that division, and anyone who got on that action. While they were still second to the Patriots is a smart person, and they're going to go over that win total. They're going to be contending for the AFC title this year. So just everybody buckle up, hide your wings, hide your beer, hide your tables. We're coming for it all.
Awesome. Love it, Adam. Thanks for calling in.
Take care. Right.
See it.
Wow. That was, that was the first, probably the biggest surprise of the draft so far, Kramer.
Jerry Jones, those buttons. I don't know if they're going to hold up.
So who was the first receiver drafted? Jerry Jeudy beat out CeeDee Lamb.
Jerry Jeudy beat out CeeDee Lamb. We still have not had a running back. Belichick has not drafted a tight end. I've still not seen a dog, a cat, a bottle of champagne, a beer, a cigar, a person hugging an animal, or someone wearing the wrong hat.
No. All the animal props not looking good.
I have 3 Alabama players to one LSU player and 1 Pac-12 player. Am I right?
Geez, I'm doing the math and I've been drinking, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Google NFL draft and we're just gonna double check it. I'm impressed that we've not screwed up yet.
No, we've been pretty solid here, Kramer, locking it down.
I'm definitely thinking like I gotta start drinking a little bit of water. This is gonna be a long night. We're only on the 18th pick here, Sean.
Oh yeah,
we have. All right, so I'm seeing 1 Pac-12 player. Is that accurate? That is.
Yeah, Justin Herbert. I can't think of another one.
That's accurate. All right, we have. Oh, Jeudy is Alabama. Ruggs Alabama. Wills. All right, so we have 4 Alabama players. So we're close to that 5.5 total.
Yeah.
And we have we got 2 Ohio State. This isn't on the sheet, but we got 2 Ohio State, which was pretty much what everyone thought. We got one cup. I don't know. This is too much, Sean. This is too much to figure
Well,
out. We have one. All right, I got it. We got 1 LSU. We got 4 Alabama, and we got 1 Pac-12. That's all that's on our sheet. I'm not going any further. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, interesting draft so far. Although it's been, I feel like again the CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys. That's one pick I hadn't heard anyone, kind of go over, and maybe they really didn't expect him to fall. It's interesting though. I mean, they've already kind of, yeah. I guess it makes sense for them. What do you think of that pick, Kramer?
I'm excited that the Giant. I'm hearing the Giants are discussing ways to get back into the first round.
Really, sources close to the situation.
And I wonder. It makes me wonder. Could they be what could they be coming up to get? Could it be a tight end because they're trading Evan Ingram?
Wow. Okay. And so who would it be? Would it be the kid from Notre Dame?
Yeah, I would imagine, right? Like, isn't he the top guy?
There's another guy. I'm blanking on his name, but that's pretty high up. But I thought Belichick maybe would draft that Notre Dame tight end. That kind of seems like a Belichick play, but we'll see what they end up doing.
The Dolphins pick is in.
The Dolphins pick is in.
Well, I mean, so what are we thinking they're doing right now? We haven't really. I feel like we've just been like holding on to a speedboat flying through the ocean.
Well, I think
what do we think they're doing here?
They got their quarterback in Tua. It seems like they would go offensive line here and just kind of load up. But I mean, maybe they go safety. But yeah, it feels like they go offensive line.
I had them taking McKinney, replacing replacing the safety that they traded to Pittsburgh. Probably have some regrets on that because he absolutely looks like a game changer.
Yeah. But I mean, McKinney makes a lot of sense here.
Why not? I mean, you have 3 picks. It would make sense to use the pick that you got in that trade, I believe, in replacing him for cheap. I mean, you get a couple extra years. This is a kid out of Alabama, knows how to win. Flores, he's in the Saban tree, or I'm sorry, he's in the Belichick tree. Belichick and Saban are BFFs.
The trees mingle.
I mean, the only man in America that makes Nick Saban smile, or Bill Belichick smile, or each other smile is one another. So, I think there's the connection there. I think that's the pick. I think it's going to be McKinney.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And I was just thinking about the fact that CeeDee Lamb is going to be in the Madden simulation.
Oh, that's horrible.
In Madden Mayhem, of course, we're going to be doing a 32 team single elimination Madden tournament. Of course, you can enter your bracket now. All you got to do is go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. $10,000 in my bookie credits are up for grabs. All the details over at sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. The tournament starts April 30th. 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock East. But we're doing a preview game with a $20 free play courtesy of mybookie.ag. Play, win, and get paid. Use that promo code SGP. And that is Packers Chiefs in honor of the first Super Bowl. $20 free play. That's kicking off Saturday, 4 o'clock East, 1 o'clock Pacific. We're going to be doing the commentary, play-by-play, that whole thing. So looking forward to that. But yeah, I'm just realizing that the Cowboys are going to have CeeDee Lamb at their disposal.
It's annoying. Now I just have to hope for injury. Welcome to UAB saying I look tired. No, dude, I'm just, this is my game face, bro. I'm processing data. Here's the pick, Sean.
Oh, Austin Jackson. So they did go offensive line here.
USC, baby.
Out of USC.
Smart. This team, they're doing smart things. Georgia with their second pick for those who had Georgia props.
Yeah, or if you had SEC guys, I'm sure there's a bunch of prop bets.
Sean, Raiders are on the clock.
Yep,
Las
let's welcome
Vegas
back on Scott
resident.
Bowser. I'm actually going to I'm gonna freshen my drink. Bowser, you and Kramer talk. Who you like at 19 here? Jordan Love is coming.
I think it's Jordan Love, baby.
Oh, goddamn.
But you know,
go for it, Bowser.
I think the kid from TCU, Gladney, the defensive back, should be the play here.
Really?
I do. He's the best DB left on the board. Maybe Grant Delpit, the safety from LSU.
He's been dropping from what I hear.
There must be something shady there with him. But yeah, man, like I really like a DB here. Like you don't just go up against Mahomes twice a year without helping that secondary. And Gruden, I mean, the fact that they won a receiver early already, Gruden likes those veterans, you know, on offense especially. He likes guys that can get in there, get his playbook, get it right. Young DBs can help big time on that team. Or maybe a pass.
I would, and I don't know if we just lost Bowser too, so perhaps I'm solo right now. But if I'm the Raiders here, a lot of these mocks, this is the spot. This is where they grab the quarterback. In my mock, I think I had either Love or Herbert, I forget, but it absolutely would make sense to me that Gruden would take a stab at a quarterback here. And although I do think there's enough out there about how Love maybe wasn't a first round pick, perhaps he comes up and grabs it, or does he go and grab, you know, maybe a little bit of a project, but an absolute beast in Josh Jones from Houston. That's a guy that's going to help the team right now. Or, you know, it is Gruden. Could he also just take another receiver? Maybe he loves Justin Jefferson enough to just take him. It looks like we lost Bowser. Sean's back.
Yep.
Sean, I was just talking about how I'm not really sure where the Raiders go here. It feels like it would be way too hard to not have them take a guy like Justin Jefferson, Brandon, any of the receivers really. Perhaps they could take Josh Jones out of Houston. I don't know.
Well, they got Ruggs at 12, so I'd be shocked if they went receiver again.
Really? Gruden's the head coach.
Yeah, it's the most Raiders move ever. Most Raiders move ever would be to double down on receivers here.
Yeah,
well, and that was easy money. I mean, I think it was like -300 at my bookie, but I gave that one of my lock props that they would go offense first.
The pick is in.
I'm seeing a quality pass rusher and a quality defensive back still there, and they're stupid if they pass on them, on both of them.
Yeah, wait, is Chase on still on the board?
Yeah,
Chase on still on the board, man. Like that's a great pick for the Raiders right here. They need to get after Mahomes.
Just funny imagining Mike Mayock texting.
Who are these people? Who are these people with John Gruden?
Yeah, what are those random? Are they just like Gruden clones? I feel like
why does he have? Why is his whiteboard? Why can we see his big board?
Yeah, wait, go back to that. Selection is in for the Las Vegas Raiders, and it is the 19 pick. Roger Goodell really dragging it out. Oh God.
What's going on?
He's dragging it out with something about how they're supposed to be doing the thing in Las Vegas.
They're going to do a Make-A-Wish Foundation for Mark Davis getting a new haircut.
It looks like the stadium though would be ready. I mean, we'll see if we can get fans in there, but
it's sounding like, because my girlfriend, inside info, my girlfriend's company that she works for were the electricians on the job, and it's looking like they're not going back on the job till late next year or something. So,
oh shit. All right.
And keep this in mind. The Raiders wear black uniforms. If they're playing at Sam Boyd outdoors wearing black home uniforms in September, take the road team, baby.
The pick is
third Ohio State player. Wow, this was a big time long shot.
Big Ten coming up big. Damon Arnett, cornerback from Ohio State.
Wow.
Well, they went defensive back. You know, that's what I was expecting here. You know, but I would have gone pass rusher, defensive back with these two picks. But if Ruggs is the real deal, then I'm wrong.
I don't like this pick at all.
Yeah, this is not. John Gruden must have lost this. He's not picking this guy. Come on.
What was that?
Ohio State.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because, you got to think he's playing across from a top 3 pick. He's got guys picking on him all year. Did he have a monstrous year that we're talking about right now? No, he didn't. And there's something to be said about that.
Did anyone have this guy going in the first round?
No, I mean,
I don't think so.
The odds for Ohio State to have under 2.5 players was like -500.
Wow. So you got like plus 600 going the other way or something crazy. That 3 Ohio State guys, because they were just assuming it was going to be Chase Young and
Sean. I actually gave that out. -500 Ohio State, under 2.5 prospects drafted. -500.
Play the Price is Right. A wrong sound effect. That's right in the middle there, right? Giving out -500 losers. Rough times for the sports gambling.
Well, where are we at on Big Ten guys now? Because I think that was like 4.5.
Yeah.
Sean, we got Bowser. We got to move on. You're still on the.
Hey, I love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm not hopping on the Raiders bandwagon, but check out my album Misadventures of Frequency 4, where you can hear Sean play an angry game show host on. It's a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Fun. Good times. Check it out.
All right, guys. Thank you.
And back joining us once again, Sean Burns, self-proclaimed, or we've dubbed him the Jags Insider. Interesting here, Jags at 20. What do you think they do here?
I'm thinking it might be Justin Jefferson, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I think it could be.
Well,
or the
again,
Eagles.
I don't want the Eagles to draft Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
Maybe I'll eat my words. I'd rather them take Rager just because he has the speed.
Right. I got you.
And maybe the Eagles trade down, or maybe they go linebacker. There's a lot of options there for the Eagles coming up. Jacksonville on the clock though right now, and the Jags.
Sean, real quick. Adam sending me some data. Arnett was the 88th ranked pick according to Pro Football Focus, and the 10th ranked cornerback. Congratulations, John Gruden.
And that's Gruden and Mayock though. They pick guys that are just like not on anyone's board or not where people think they are.
Yeah, for the Jags, I kind of think what Ryan mentioned. Jones from Houston might help out as well at tackle.
Yeah, he's a project, so you're tanking anyway. You
Exactly.
get him some game reps. He gets better. He's a giant dude. He's got he's one of the guys at the top of the potential list. I would love that pick if I was a Jags fan. And then Jesus, the beautiful sunshine Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly.
Fucking championship.
And then maybe they need some pass rush help with obviously they might trade. Well, they traded Calais, and then they might trade in. I never pronounce his name right.
Chason? Or no?
Yeah.
You're talking about Yannick.
Yeah, Yannick.
But maybe they bring in Chason as a possible.
Exactly.
I mean, we saw San Francisco kind of a similar strategy where they got rid of Buckner and then brought in who'd they go with? They went with Brown, right? The kid from Auburn.
Yep.
Right.
And they got him at 13, which no one saw him dropping that far. A lot of people had him going third there with Detroit. So maybe Jags do a similar style there. But as a Jags fan, it's got to be so frustrating. It's like, we have Yannick, we had Calais. What the fuck are you doing? You're blowing up these players. You're getting rid of our awesome defense just to rebuild the awesome defense. Like, I don't know what the Jags are doing. It's tough to get a read on this team.
Yeah, I mean, in 2016, they actually hit a home run with their draft. They draft Ramsey, Miles Jack, and then Yannick, and 2 of them are going to be gone. So,
yeah, and Calais was produced a ton. I mean, we haven't hit on that enough. I think in the offseason is the Ravens sneaking him, scooping him up. I think that's going to be a great,
huge for sure. So. If the Eagles don't pick Jefferson here, Sean, who do you think?
Oh man, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Like now that the top 3 are gone, they didn't trade up to get Lamb, which at 16, you knew you had a window there.
Jefferson's the pick.
Yeah, maybe they just pick Jefferson. I don't care for it. I mean, I don't know why you pick a guy in the first round that's just going to be a slot when you have 2 tight ends and a slot receiver already. It's like,
Sean,
you want to run
LSU receiver, what could go wrong?
No, I mean, I'll eventually, if they draft Jefferson, I'll eventually talk myself into him, and I'll talk myself into him on his huge production, having 4 touchdowns in a college football playoff game. That's massive. But if he can't play the outside, and you want to run 12 personnel, you want to get Zach Ertz involved.
Yeah,
I think Greg Ward catches the ball and is a competent third slot receiver. I'll be frustrated if they take Jefferson because I would rather them go Murray at linebacker almost. We'll see. But Rager is still my guy right now. He has speed. If you watch his virtual 40 time, which I did, it was like he taped it after the he didn't run a great 40 at the combine. He redid his 40 time and he actually beat what Ruggs posted on his 40. So he had like a 4.22. And again, that's not laser time, but still, I think that kid has legit speed, and I think that's what that offense needs.
Right.
Jags pick is in. Oh, I thought they were going to announce it. They're just talking about that.
It'll tell you if I guess they could possibly go running back. It'll tell you if they're getting rid of Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, and a lot of I feel like, and someone threw this out there, I forget who, but they threw out that they were just trying to put Leonard on the trade block for him to realize that he has no trade value and to just like shut the fuck up and play for what you're getting paid and don't be a pain in the ass.
Right.
Because I mean, you could trade him, but like what value? I mean, Kramer, you know firsthand, top 4 running back is just a waste of an asset. And you even have the best version of it. But like, what are you getting for Leonard Fournette right now?
3rd rounder, probably.
Even that, I think would be a bit of a stretch for what you're paying Leonard Fournette. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is last year of his deal. I mean, he's going to want big money.
Oh, and the pick is in. They went with Clavon Chason.
It's a good pick.
Pass rusher out of LSU. Yeah, it's a great pick. I mean, it's as a Jags fan, you got to be a little frustrated because they're getting rid of the same guys and bringing drafting at that same position. But I mean, you got to like that. You got to like that pick.
It definitely helps, getting Henderson and Chase on it. And again, it's another SEC player. That's 2 of them.
Yeah, SEC players killing it. Yeah, and you're right. Yeah, they really are just loading up on the SEC guys.
All right, Sean.
Jefferson's on the clock. Let's do this.
Yeah, Jefferson is on the board. I don't know, man. I don't want them to take Jefferson. It's yeah. We'll see. All right, we got some other folks calling in. Sean, appreciate it as always.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
Got some other people scheduled to call in. Yeah, talk some Eagles. All right, here we go. Let's add them in.
Who are we expecting here?
Yeah, this is my dad. Dad, what's up?
Not much. How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Man. Look at you doing something nefarious outside in the dark at 10:42.
It's just dark. No, I don't know. I really like that Giants pick, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, Dad. We didn't have
your basic status.
we didn't have you call in to compliment the Giants, and turn up your lights a little bit. We can't see you there. I know you're hanging out in the living room here. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm just creeping around in the dark. No, hold on.
All right. There you go. All right. Joining us. Stop moving around though. You're gonna get people to throw up. What do
Sean,
you
real quick, Sean? Editor Ryan McKee confirming that we've seen over 3.5 dogs and over a half cat. We're grading that right now.
Okay, yes. I must be missing them. The Eagles pick is in. Dad, who do you hope the Eagles draft?
Well, I guess at this point, Jefferson, but I would have liked that linebacker. I don't know. We'll probably end up with Jefferson. That's my call. I think I'd like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jefferson's just such a slot guy. Again, I'm sure I'll sell myself on it. Doug T there hanging out with his son. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny looking at some of these families in the background. They look more like a posse, Some of these dudes are like.
Look at these. They're bringing up the stats of who the Eagles had at receiver.
Who's Dan Green?
Oh, Dan Green, my uncle. Throw him on there.
All
Hey,
right.
go ahead, Dan.
Uncle Danny, you may have to unmute yourself. All right. Hey, Uncle Danny, you're showing up.
Oh, this is the uncle who was interested in
He's
some
probably in the
MGs.
bathroom. Danny, turn the lights up. That's what I had to do.
So what are we doing? It's Jefferson,
what's
right?
going on?
It's
Hey,
Jefferson.
what's up, Uncle Danny? All right, the pick is in for the Eagles. Danny, any thoughts here before they announce the pick? Who do you want them to go? What position?
I like the Murray guy. He's got some, little Lawrence Taylor in him.
Yeah. Justin Jefferson, they're showing. A lot of people have the Eagles selecting the LSU receiver, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the talk today on WIP and the pregame show a little bit. But I don't know. There's enough wide receivers down the line. I think you take a shot at it. This kid's Murray's, just you got to take the best player on the board.
There you go. Solid advice. Yeah, I don't know. I almost lean Murray now versus taking Jefferson because he just doesn't seem like a good fit. But I don't know. My vote would be Rager, the kid out of TCU. He's almost as fast, if not faster, than Ruggs, and I think he could be a real steal here at 21 even.
Don't you guys think Michael Irvin's on something tonight? I mean, you guys watching the?
Yeah,
his glasses are very steamed up.
Yeah, no, he's hyped up on something, man. I'm telling you.
Dad, can you mute the TV just so that we're getting a little feedback on our
Derek McKnight over on YouTube pointing out the Green family technologically challenged.
Yeah, and Uncle Danny, if you want to show your face, that's.
I don't know. Somehow I flipped. Let me see if I can flip my screen here.
We're showing the remote of my uncle. Oh, there we go. All right.
Now you got to turn the lights.
So we got
Uncle turn some lights on in the room.
Hey, Sean, can you see the shine off my head?
Yeah. You got a Mel Kiper look going.
Hey, Sean, how many lockers has Howie been in? Look at this guy.
Oh yeah, he's not. Hey, listen, he's a squirrely guy. He he does his little data.
Pick is in.
Out the salary cap. Pick is in. All right, we got Roger Goodell going up here. The Philadelphia Eagles select with the 21st pick. It is. Oh, great. Now he's stretching again. Kramer, turn down that music. We need to focus.
With the 21st pick in the 2020
Wardrobe change from the commish.
What?
Jalen Rager. I called it. Yeah.
Nice call, Shani.
That's what I want, baby. Give me Jalen Rager.
Sean, you did. I made fun of you for trying to be too smart with this pick.
Wow.
No, I love it. The kid he's 4.22 speed. He's got Darren Sproles' ability or like build. He's just like a 6 foot thick dude. We didn't want anything to do with Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson will be good, but he's a slot receiver. We have 2 tight ends that are great. Jalen Rager is the guy.
What's his speed? 4.42 or what'd you just say?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He timed at 4.22. I mean, he didn't run as good at the combine, but his dad played in the league. I think it's a great pick. Watch the highlights of him just running past dudes. This is what we need on the outside.
Even if he doesn't catch
can he play special teams?
Yeah, I think he does. I think they'll have him returning punts. Like I think he's a younger Deshaun Jackson. I love this pick by the Eagles. We'll see if it
That's
pans
what
out.
I
Look
want.
at that!
I want
Look at that!
to-
Look at that guy! 42-inch vert, and he had a really bad quarterback senior year, and he still had like a really good year. So I love the Rager pick here. I mean, it wasn't on everyone's board, but yeah, I'm all in on Rager.
Wow, this is pretty cool, man. I didn't even know. I didn't even know he was out there.
Tom,
yeah,
can I
Rager
get a
much
win?
faster.
Can I get a win predict? What's the record going to be next year? The win total, Sean, for the Philadelphia Eagles is sitting at 9.5 over -135. Tom, what is the win? What's the record prediction for next year?
Well, right now with this pick, I got him at 15-1. What do you guys
15-1. What about Dan?
I'll go 11.
Oh,
All right.
a little more conservative. Sean?
I don't know. You give.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'll say 11-5. Again, I think
so. The over.
I think this.
up.
I mean, we look at the division. Your team is trash. Redskins trash. Cowboys known losers.
And I
Really
was
though,
giving you a compliment on that pick. I'm like, really? Why did you guys go for that guy? Well, whatever.
It really though. I mean, we're the only team that has the same coach and quarterback coming back. So you guys will be trying to figure out Zoom to explain your offense to your second year quarterback, like and Mike McCarthy's going to be trying to dial into Dak, who's blocked him because he's on a virtual holdout. I love our chances this year, running it back. Super Bowl champs, 11-5 in the regular season. Let's go.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, Danny and Dad, for calling in.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Go
guys.
Birds.
I'll talk to you.
Take it easy.
Go Birds.
Oh man, that was great.
All right, now it's time.
Joining us early. He's jumping ahead.
That's all
Joining
right.
us, New England legend, Florida resident, Boston Capper. Capper, what's up, man?
Nothing, baby. Just watching the first sports thing we've been able to watch, and fucking feels like forever. So great.
Yeah, I know. It's
dude, between your dad and your uncle Sean, you got no hope, bro. No hope. Just victim, baby.
Are you talking about the hairline?
Yeah, bro. That shit's gone.
I can wear a hat.
Just
That's the reason.
Yeah.
All right, so here we are. We haven't even talked to you post Gronk news. I tweeted out that Gronk was going to the Bucs, and you responded that was full of shit. What's your emotional response that Gronk's coming out of retirement, clearly siding with Brady in the Brady-Belichick argument, not loyal once again?
Wow.
Two of the staples of the New England franchise, just not loyal.
Listen, here's the deal, right? Oh, it's tough to play under Bill. Too fucking bad. Fucking kiss the rings, baby. Like, listen, football's not supposed to be fucking fun. It's supposed to be hard work, and you're supposed to win. What was your stupid offensive lineman who said it's not fun to play in New England, and then we won another Super Bowl? What was his name? The steroid guy? What was his name? Like, whatever. Belichick just traded a 31-year-old wrestler who has been retired for a year for a 4th-round pick. That is genius, sir.
It's like I saw some Pats fans were annoyed that they didn't get more. It's like, dude, you have no leverage. Either you get nothing or you get a 4th rounder. I mean, why would you not take the
exactly? Like, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look. Obviously, it clearly breaks my fucking heart to see Brady and Gronk down in Tampa. But I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, what am I supposed to do? That's it, man. I've said in Bill I trust forever, so I can't break it now. I love Brady, I love Gronk, and I hope they light up the NFC. But man, God, it really does fucking break my heart. But Tom's having a hard time being here.
Does Gronk have to give up the belt?
Yeah, that is a big question in the.
Oh, Sean, we have another Patriots fan
joining us on the line. Cousin Mush.
Oh,
what's
nice,
up, man? Rocking
cheers, boys.
Short.
Oh, cheers. Where's my
Salud.
glass? There it is.
Oh, there you go. Of course.
Mush, cheers.
Capper, what are you drinking? You look like is that a gin and tonic you got going?
It is, sir. Bombay Sapphire and tonic with a little bit of lime and a little bit of tonic.
And Cousin Mush, what are you working on?
I got a beer over here from
a local brewery all together now for this lovely shitty time that we're going through here.
Am I the only one who can't hear fucking mush?
We can hear him.
Okay, good. I thought I might have hit the wrong button or something.
No, you're good.
All
So
right.
cousin Mush, Pat's almost on the board here. Vikings pick is in. No one cares about the Vikings, but what do you hope the Pats do at 23? I threw the Notre Dame tight end to them.
No.
Round, but they could do anything. Mush, what do you think? What do you think they do?
I think they take the kicker from Georgia.
So
it doesn't matter. They're going to suck for like 3 years. So actually, they won't be bad next year. They got like $200 million available next year on the cap. So maybe Jordan Love.
Capper, what do you think they do here at 23?
I want Murray.
Oh, okay. That's not a play, but
I just want Murray. Like, look, we got Jared Stidham as quarterback. Like, why do we need an offensive weapon? Like, forget about it. Let's just get our fucking defense up. Maybe draft somebody who can throw the ball next year, and whatever. Like, we're fine. Like, we just need to get that defense. We need to get that defense up. Let Bill do what Bill does well. He certainly doesn't do offense well. Look at the wide receivers and all the offensive pieces we've drafted over the years. Like, just
Sean,
let's get that defense up.
Ian Rappaport is reporting the Patriots are trading back with the Chargers.
Oh, fucking course they are. Are you fucking serious?
Classic Patriots.
Capper, they might be trading.
Unfucking believable.
They
are
might
you
be
serious?
trading
Because you're ahead of me
Edelman
anyway.
and
are you just fucking with me?
What's his face? The lineman here. Go all in, suck for what's his face next year. The Clemson quarterback.
Yeah,
get rid of it all. Suck for Trevor.
God, dude.
You guys ready for the Andy Dalton era? And the 22nd pick goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Jefferson, LSU receiver. So
wow, okay.
I think
number
if
3
Vikings fan, you're happy there. I mean, I think he'd be good in their system. Slot receiver. Yeah. I think it's a good fit for the Vikings there. I wanted speed for the Eagles. I'm glad they went Rager instead of Jefferson. We'll see how that shakes out. Patriots are on the clock, but we got a trade alert.
Official trade coming up for the Chargers. Tremendous.
We should send out the bat signal.
Already did. Did. Producer Real Money Kramer already reaching out to only Chargers fan Justin Decker.
Where is Decker?
He's just sitting at his house like everyone else.
We traded with the Chargers.
Oh
right.
My goodness! I'm sorry, Capper. I know you were hoping for a pick this year.
Cousin Bush and Capper, one at a time.
Yeah,
who is the starting quarterback for the Patriots Week 1 in September? Mush, get your take first.
I think they're going to go with Hoyer. If they didn't pick a quarterback here, they got to go with the veteran at least.
No, it's fucking Stidham. It's not Hoyer. Hoyer is goddamn. He's my age. He is my age. He is not starting quarterback for the Patriots.
He could be. Yeah, that would be a total. They're gonna have Cam Newton, guys. That's the answer.
Dude, actually, we're not having
Newton.
I want the best dressed man in football on my team.
The guy's got no heart.
Well, when you think of the Patriot way, you think of Cam Newton.
The Patriots way is full of shit. There's no such thing as the Patriots way. Like, listen, if you bow down to Bill, then you're good, and you don't have to negotiate for money and things like that. And you play. Other than that, like, doesn't matter. Look, we took Antonio Brown, Randy Moss, Corey Dillon. Like, we've taken all types of scumbags. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you play, you're good. Like, that's it.
Right.
There's no Patriot way. That's.
We'll close you guys out here. What do you? Catherine Bush, win total. What's it at?
Win total on the Patriots is at 9.5. Over +110. Under -130. Which way you guys going?
I'll go under -500.
Wow. So the Patriots fans, the first ones to take the under on the win total.
I told you this last year, Ryan, at week 7. It's all over. You remember the text.
You in this trade.
All right. Thanks for calling in, guys.
All right, guys. Take care.
Enjoy your week. All right, Decker, you're back. Didn't think we'd be seeing you here. But you are. What's happening, man? What do you think the Chargers do? They traded up.
Where did that come from? I'm on the phone, so I'm not hearing too well.
That's all right.
Do I have enough time? I don't think I have enough time to switch over to the laptop.
No, just
All
just
right,
you're
good.
The trade was 37.
If they're trading up,
they traded 37 and 71 for 23.
Wow.
Who is
So
the pick then? Who are we going after here?
It's gonna have to be the next best D lineman.
Chase. Wait, no, Chase Young's already been drafted. Though.
Could it be the linebacker Murray? Could it be an end
Oh.
rusher like Spencer? Could it be a wide receiver they really like Arizona State's Brandon Ayuk?
That would no.
I don't think
I wouldn't like
think
that.
Trade up for Ayuk. Kenneth Murray, though, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And I think if they were going to go receiver, they would have traded up in front of Minnesota, maybe, or traded.
By the way, look at Tom Telesco's setups. 8 laptops, the surfboard. We haven't even talked about their uniforms yet. I don't know what they're doing. I really have no insight other
Can
than
I make the call?
They
it's
would
gonna
say
be
defensive
shock the
lineman.
world. Cole, they're taking a tight end right here.
I don't know if
No, it's the tackle, right? It's going to be Josh Jones.
Or an offense. Yeah, tackle, defensive lineman,
Anthony Lynn looks so old with that beard.
and an
Really
inside
does.
linebacker. I mean, that's what's going
Queen
to have to
maybe.
be.
Queen or Murray?
See the kid with his hands on his
Okay.
hips?
There you go.
In Tom Telesco, see his son with the hands on his hips. I used to get yelled at when I played football. My coach said, "You put your hands on your hips like you're a fucking bitch. Put those hands down." So I always,
sometimes you want to be opposite of your dad. You know what I mean?
No,
When you're that age.
hey, I'm not. I'm just programmed to notice when a guy's putting his hands on his hips like that. Because I got yelled at it as a young person for a long period of my life.
I wonder where Anthony Lynn is. He's got the view there. Maybe he's in Playa del Rey, somewhere on the
why are they
west
cutting
side.
to Jordan Love? He's not getting drafted here. They took Herbert. They're not going to take 2 quarterbacks.
They wouldn't trade
in the
up for a
first round.
second quarterback. It's got to be a defensive lineman, and either an edge rusher
Here
or
comes
a
the
defensive.
pick, guys.
They're reading the selection. The Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray.
There you go.
Oh,
There's your linebacker.
Kramer. You called
There's
it.
your linebacker.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow, they must really like him. I didn't really. He was kind of low on the radar. Is that Adrian Peterson with him? Oh my God, I look like Adrian Peterson. I was like some sort of connection.
But
On
hey,
the right, I was like, what?
Decker, you got to be happy though. You didn't like Herbert, but you got a quarterback and Kenneth Murray here in the first
He saved a person's life at 12. That's
With
the
CPR.
intangibles you're looking for.
Yeah.
From a linebacker. Okay. All right. I like that. Well, they needed the linebacker. If you guys remember that game against the Patriots, where their linebackers were injured and it was just Derwin James, the Patriots just shredded them. That was their weakness. So that's good.
Well, and Murray's a sideline to sideline linebacker. So,
yeah. And they lost Thomas Davis.
Yeah, he's not Simmons, but you look at the measurables. He's going to be good. He didn't play on a great defense in college, but he definitely can move sideline to sideline. Watch these hips, Decker. You're going to love it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Kramer, you called it, man. I mean, you called it. I haven't really followed this guy if I'm being honest. But that's what they need. They have Perriman. Perriman's a stud, but other than that, they took Nwosu, I think, with a 4th round last year. He's been okay, but he's not as versatile. So it looks like we have some sack highlights. We have some covering a running back highlights.
Dude, I mean,
like
your
that.
defense is going to be legit scary. I mean, you got Melvin Ingram.
Yeah.
No to guess on crash leads.
Oh yeah,
and you got
bigger than I
Bosa.
thought he was going to be. Seeing him in person, he's huge.
Yeah, I've seen a decent number of pro athletes up close, and Melvin Ingram is the only guy that scared me. So you got him, you got Bosa, you got Murray. Like,
I saw Michael Strahan in a movie theater.
Herbert. Come on, look at that hair. He's going to be great.
That's
a hair.
Well, the Clemson quarterback has hair like that.
Can I make a prediction?
So you never know.
Decker will have a Herbert jersey by week 1.
Wow.
Whoa. I think a more realistic prediction is how many Colts games do you think I'm going to watch as opposed to Charger games?
I can't wait. I can't wait till the first time that Decker texts me only, not in a group text, asking if we can watch the Colts game this weekend.
Well, the thing is, too, he's
You never
he's
know.
not,
The Chargers need a good start.
he's not going to have that Sophie's choice until later in the season because Indy is going to be playing the 10 a.m. games. We like to bet on the Colts a lot.
Right.
So we'll probably have it on there anyway. And then, Chargers are naturally the late game. But eventually there's going to be a time where Decker's really going to have to make a choice.
And Sean, let's
Or
talk
imagine
about
if the Chargers are like 3-4 and the Colts are 5-2. I think and they have a 1:00 game. I'd still watch the Charger game. So
And
you're right. The late season it's going to come down to the second half of the season.
And Sean, the Colts have a big matchup in the first round of Madden Mayhem, of course. Check out everything you could ever want. sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. We're doing the selection show on Sunday, but the Colts will be headed to Tennessee to take on the Titans. That's a game that Phillip and the boys can win. Decker, are you taking the Colts in the first round of Madden Mayhem?
Oh man, I'll tell you what. I would. This is going to be an exciting season if it happens. You got older
here we go.
quarterbacks.
Don't throw that
Rivers
bad
and
blood
Tom
there.
Brady with a lot of talent around them. Like, how exciting is this? It kind of reminds me of a season. I don't know, like Montana when he went to the Chiefs. Wasn't there another old quarterback who went somewhere else? I can't remember.
Maybe
But-
Steve DeBerg.
I don't know. I can't remember. It all blends together. Anyway, but dude, it could be an exciting. I'll take the Colts. In
There
the
we
Madden
go.
Challenge, though.
There we
Yeah,
go.
he's got protection.
Saints
you
are
need
on
to
the-
protect the pocket quarterback. Like
Saints are on the clock. We don't have anyone representing the Saints. Decker, Kramer, what do you think the Saints do here? I mean, it's interesting. They don't have any glaring needs. They really could do anything.
Speaking of older quarterbacks, why not go same thing? The best offensive lineman. There's been a run though. There's been a run on offensive linemen already, and they got Emmanuel Sanders, veteran QB or a veteran wide receiver, to match up with veteran QB.
Kramer, and our under 4 quarterbacks where we're getting plus
Looking
odds
great.
drop dead. Looking great. I mean, maybe one of these teams throw out Jordan Love, or maybe someone trades up at the end of the first round to get Jordan Love. But I don't know. Feel pretty good right now that we passed the Raiders, because no one really in the rest of the first round has a glaring quarterback need. And maybe it is the Saints, but it seems like they're not going to waste a first round pick on Jordan Love. They got Breeze and they got Taysom Hill. They kind of want to see what he can do. So I'd be shocked if they went Jordan Love here.
Although, let's shout out to the 2005 draft. Flashback.
Oh, no.
Chargers' first 2 picks, 2 Hall of Famers. LT, Drew Brees. Same draft.
That's pretty awesome.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's like the Saints draft where they got Lattimore and Kamara. Not quite 2 Hall of Famers, but certainly like really scored and made a big difference in their team. Decker, do you ever regret the Chargers choosing Phillip over Drew Brees?
I mean, that's a tough one because that's an injury that it was a nasty injury on literally the last play of the year against the Broncos, and it was on his throwing shoulder. And you have a young quarterback who's doing well. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say.
Yeah, it's really tough to say that you would stick with. I mean, to pick Drew Brees over Rivers there is kind of crazy. I mean, the Miami medical staff, of course, where Saban was the quarterback of the Dolphins, kind of a great what if. Oh yeah, sorry. That wanted Drew Brees, and then the Miami medical staff wouldn't clear him. That's kind of a great what if.
Yeah.
I guess if you're the Chargers,
I forgot about that. The Dolphins.
You just have to take the healthy Rivers there.
Yeah, I can't hear you guys too well. I don't know what the time is here, but what's the situation on the Saints tight ends? I feel like maybe they would get a tight end.
Maybe they go
to bail out an older quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah, that could make sense for sure.
I feel like, has a tight end been taken yet?
No tight ends drafted yet.
I don't
Kramer,
think there
what do
has
you? And speaking of our NFL draft party prop sheet, Does Bill Belichick draft a tight end in round one? The answer is no,
Well,
he
there's still
out.
time. There's still time for him
Oh,
to
you're
come
right.
back.
Maybe he trades up. Maybe that was all part of his plan. But yeah, decent haul there for the Pats. Yeah, Kramer, what do you think the Saints do here? It could go any way.
I think that we're at the point in the draft where the teams are just going to do what they want to do. But I mean, Jones, the tackle, McKinney probably shouldn't be there. I think at this point it's surprising, and maybe that's where the Saints go. They obviously could continue to add to that defense.
Oh wait, so did the Vikings trade up?
Trade up.
Pick is finally in.
Wait, did we miss the Saints pick?
What just happened here?
I don't think we missed it. They still have the Saints on the TV. No, they're just the Vikings are next, I think.
Okay. Oh, Vikings are on the clock, but they haven't announced the Saints pick.
They took Ruiz.
Saints took Ruiz. Okay.
Solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's a center, and again, you got a couple years left to breeze. Why not load up a guy like
he's
Ruiz?
crying. He's crying like a bitch. Look at this guy.
You can't take this guy seriously on a professional level.
He's a Michigan.
Oh, New Jersey guy.
All right, so maybe he's all right.
I was thinking offensive line or tight end. I mean, seems to be the way to go.
Yep. All right,
Decker.
Thanks for calling in.
All right, guys. Well, that was a surprise. Cool.
Cheers, bro.
Peace.
Go Chargers. # bolt up. Man, Kramer.
Jesus.
A lot of interesting things going on right now.
Sean, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I'm drunk, but
I feel like we're running a marathon, bro. I'm cramping up. I need those bananas.
Get some potassium.
All right, so let's do some inventory on the prop sheet. Tua cashed over Justin Herbert. I have 4 Alabama players. I have 3 LSU players. I have 1 Pac-12 player. Isaiah Simmons over 6.5. Jerry Jeudy beats CeeDee Lamb. We don't have a running back yet. We don't have a Belichick tight end. We have over for dogs, over for cats.
Wow, I must have missed those. Good eyes to
thank you, Mr. McKee, a fellow Ryan. And then we also have no champagne, beer, cigar, or animal hugging, or wrong team hat yet that I've seen.
No,
I'll be honest though, Sean, I haven't been looking too closely.
And we got a correction, 2 Pac-12.
Oh, we got 2. Okay, thank you. See, this kind of stuff works itself out when you crowdsource, you know?
Yeah. And shout out to the SGPN team. Yeah, we got a bunch of great contributors.
Yeah, we got
podcast.com.
Sean, how do you say Adam's last name?
Pelletier.
He's been feeding me information.
Yeah, he worked up a great doc. Yeah, it's been awesome. And he was doing awesome work in the XFL stats department, where our XFL stat page is legitimately better than the actual XFL stats page. Poor Colby actually thinks someone's going to buy the XFL. It's a sad time because the games were highly watchable, much like the AAF. This pandemic. Really, one woman eats a bat in China and destroys the XFL. Colby's devastated. Guy can't catch a break. We'll see. We'll see what ends up shaking out. But I think that's probably the last we've heard of the XFL. Although PJ Walker Matt Rule did pick him up at the Carolina Panthers. I know, Ryan, you actually have patient 0 of Roughneck Fever still in your Twitter bio. Do you have any plans to update it?
No, I want to make sure that's there so the next owners of the XFL understand who the real fan 0 is, and none of this fake ass TikTok bullshit like some of these wannabe football fans. So I'm going to keep it there because I do think if there's one thing I feel bad about that isn't related to my kids' soccer careers and how this coronavirus is bullshit. It's that it's that right there. It just feels like there was feels like the world owes someone something.
We got a trade here. Vikings trading the pick to the 49ers. This is interesting. And we thought the 49ers were going to go receiver at the 13th pick. Now they're trading up here.
It's Brandon. It's going to be Brandon Ayuk, right?
That was my thought. Brandon or Denzel Mims. I could see the 49ers maybe falling in love with Mims, but I think if you're Shanahan, Ayuk kind of fits the system better. I feel like Ayuk is the play here, but it'll be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's my lean. We'll see what they end up doing. Nice little shot of Shanahan and the family. Nervously tuning in here, talking on some chats going on. Oh yeah. But of course, while we have a second here, make sure to check out Madden Mayhem. We're going to be simulating 32 John Madden football games. There's going to be betting. There's going to be a bracket contest. We're giving away over $10,000 in MyBookie credits. Enter your bracket, get signed up, get the schedule, all that. All you got to do is go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden. Get signed up today. Get going. And it's going to be awesome. And we're doing that preview game Saturday, 4:00 East, 1:00 on the Pacific. Kansas City versus Green Bay. An homage to the first Super Bowl ever. $20 replay. MyBookie.ag.
Sean, the trade was the 31st for the 117th and 176th.
And now, with the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the 49ers select Brandon Ayuk, Arizona State. Nailed it.
Dude, I'm a draft guy now. I apologize. The trade was 25 for 31, 117, and 176.
You just completely ignoring the fact that I also said this was for Brandon Ayuk, Kramer.
No, I mean we can both get it right, but that still means I got it right.
He's from Reno, Nevada. I didn't mind him. I thought he was a pretty decent receiver. Nice little burst. I think he's. Some people had the Eagles taking him, but I think he's kind of a better fit for the San Francisco offense. Look for Brandon Ayuk to be involved in a little like bubble screens, that kind of stuff. That seems to be his move, and I think he could be a good fit for the 49ers offense.
And if you're the Dolphins here, you can still take McKinney and get your safety.
Yeah.
You can also take another tackle. You could take 2 tackles for your new quarterback, Tua. They're in a great spot right here. I mean, if you're a Dolphins fan, you got to love what you've picked up already.
Yeah, I mean, you got Herbert, offensive lineman, and now maybe you go defense. I mean, I feel like you're probably not going to go receiver here. But yeah, look at Ayuk. I mean, he's got good speed, good elusiveness. It seems like he'd kind of be a perfect fit for the Shanahan offense.
I like this pick. I mean, it's not. I still would have preferred they just CeeDee Lamb, I guess. But look, they replaced the trade. They get a couple extra years on the rookie salary, and then they still get a receiver. That's not bad.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
not bad.
Are you taking CeeDee Lamb or Kinlaw and Ayuk? I mean, Kinlaw and Ayuk, I think you can make a pretty good case for that.
But they traded away a ton of picks. I mean, they traded away two decently valuable picks. I mean, look, this Niners team knows they're ready to win now. They're obviously winning now, so this is smart. They're going for it. They get that second threat on the outside to pair with Deebo Samuel. I really like. I mean, Kittle's there. You know, there's still talk of them trading for another tight end, maybe Ingram, maybe signing Trey Burton. Yeah. This team.
Well, Trey Burton, not to interrupt, Trey Burton got signed by the Colts. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. This team is going for it. So.
Yeah,
LFG.
I mean, they have a decent window. We'll see. You don't want to get yourself into a situation like the Rams where you go crazy with salary cap and waste all your draft capital and you're just really kind of screwed. I mean, I don't think they're in that situation, but you want to be mindful of that, and you want to load up on the picks while you can.
Sean, Pac-12 Ryan McKee pointing out they just went over 2.5 players.
Yes, on the NFL draft props sheet, cash that. So that was the third Pac-12 player. And yeah, I mean, Ayuk making his way into the first round. I mean, what do we have? 5 receivers right now? Correct, Kramer?
We are at 5 receivers, yes.
Yeah, and I had under 5.5 as one of my props. We'll see. I'm kind of white knuckling it here at the end because I do think Denzel Mims to the Packers is a good play for them. We'll see where he ends up going. But of course, I cashed Eagles, my huge $100,000 or $200,000 bet. Eagles will draft an offensive player. Raiders will draft an offensive player first. And quarterbacks, the number of quarterbacks drafted under 4, still looking pretty strong. We'll see how things shake out the rest of the way here. Miami on the clock, about 4 minutes left to draft. I mean, really, it seems like they got to go safety here, right? I mean, what else do you think they could do, Kramer?
I think it's safety. I think it's offensive line. I think there's some people that think they could take a running back and they could take Swift, and this could be where the first running back goes.
Oh, you know what? And I've been corrected. There already have been 6 receivers because Jefferson and then Rager and then Ayuk was the 6th. So my apologies. I fucked that up.
Wait, I was just counting. I also fucked it up. Who did I miss?
Well, it was.
Oh yeah, Jefferson and Rager. They're right next to each other. I only counted one of them.
So over 6 already hitting. That's unfortunate. But what are you going to do here? It is the Sports Gambling Podcast. Make sure you subscribe, sportsgamblingpodcast.com. Check out the Sports Gambling Podcast Network feed. Of course, we saw Colby Dant, host of the College Experience podcast, college football, college basketball. Ryan McKee made an appearance, host of the NBA Odds Pod on the SGPN feed.
Who didn't make an appearance?
No, I know. We're rolling through everyone here. We're clocking in at almost 3.5 hours already, Kramer, of a live broadcast. And I feel fine, feel great. I really could talk about football forever. And thank God.
Stay hydrated, everyone.
Yeah, stay hydrated out there. I've powered through a decent amount of whiskey. Gonna save the Black Label stuff maybe for later. But Kramer, how you feeling about the Giants? Do you want them to make a move here to trade up into the end of the first?
So McKinney's interesting. It's getting to a place where this is getting interesting, and I like the idea of trading up into the first round from the perspective of you get that fifth year option. You get a little bit more control. So you know, they had success. That Landon Collins, of course, first pick in the second round. Very fond of him as a player. Would love to have McKinney. A little bit more of a hybrid. Feel like he would fit, but. You know, would I be sad if they came up to come get Josh Jones either? No, more offensive line help sounds great. I'll take all the offensive line help. No, I think it's a tight end though. And now I'm starting to hear more and more potentially this is a tight end. I think they're gonna. I think Ingram's getting dealt this weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think the
Gettleman did not draft him. Judge is not his. Was not here. Garrett.
Ingram, though, from an Eagles perspective, he's a handful draft. Covering him.
Oh, I agree. He's the best guy. He's the best CPU guy too in the Sims that I've been watching. But
hopefully he gets traded so he's not able to help your Madden simulation team as they go up against what will likely be who did the Giants? We can reveal.
They have the Cowboys. You're not going to root against the Cowboys, Sean?
Well, I filled out my bracket, and that was a real Sophie's choice. Do I go? And I actually had the Giants beating the Cowboys, although I realized that they'll probably be like a 7.5 point dog in the Madden simulation in Dallas. What do you think the line is?
I don't know. The Giants stink.
We have a trade here. The Dolphins trade the pick to the Green Bay Packers. Denzel Mims. I had the Packers going Denzel Mims. What do you think?
It's a receiver, right? It's another receiver. It's not Love, right? They're not. Oh, how much would this piss off Aaron Rodgers if they took another quarterback?
Oh man, he would be enraged right now if they took.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy coming on camera?
Oh well, we have Andrew Slater. He's representing Seattle. He was playing. Let's bring him on now. Say
Let's
what's
do
up,
it.
Andrew.
Whoa, hey everybody.
Hey, what's happening, man?
What's
happening? Nothing. I'm sorry. I was trying to find a shitty leather sectional so I could really fit in on the broadcast. I wanted to be like I got picked.
Ashleys, a lot of Ashleys out there.
Dude, yeah, man. Love it for Levitts. We are rolling. But what's up? Are you guys there's a trade. Green Bay's in the mix.
Yep, and the Packers already their pick is in. Of course, we're welcoming them on Andrew Slater, hilarious comedian and diehard Seattle Seahawks fan. He's here to apologize for what Jadeveon Clowney did to Carson Wentz. I assume
never. Never. What a mercenary too. We're not even going to re-sign him. We just got him to take out Wentz, and we're like, "Fuck it, we won't even pay you."
Yeah, I remember texting you about it, and you're like, "Well, we'll see if we re-sign him. Then I'll decide whether I'm not going to."
Right. I don't have to stand by it. Now it was a classless move until we re-sign him. Then I'll defend it. But if we don't re-sign him, oh my God, come on, buddy.
Then it's all part of football.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I know it's the next pick, but actually, breaking news: Green Bay, the selection is in.
Ooh,
Roger Goodell sitting in his basement. You knew you were going to see wood paneling when you Roger Goodell's basement, and he delivered. Nice entertainment stand.
The pick is in.
Pick. Who did the
This
Packers?
is a long graphic. Oh, I love this part. He's pumping them up.
Wow!
What?
That's the shot of the draft right now. Jordan Love out of Utah State. So
what?
Much like drafting Aaron Rodgers in the late first round to move on from Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers, man, I'm telling you, the writing's on the wall. The analytics people hate Aaron Rodgers. They think he's done. This is it.
It's so funny how similar it is to Aaron Rodgers himself. You know, home field, Bakersfield, California kid, now drafted in the late round of the first of the Packers, where no one thought the Packers were going to draft a quarterback, much like when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers, because you have Brett Favre, and now the next guy in the line. This is crazy.
Man. Sean, real quick. This is the closest I've been able to inspect Jordan Love, this picture. And I got to tell you, he just failed the K metric.
Oh, no.
This is not a good draft selection. His eyes are way too close together. He's not going to be a winning quarterback. He's going to fall in the line of the other great K metric survivors like Josh Allen, Colin Kaepernick. This is not good. I'm really shocked to see how close his eyes are together. That's just not a good sign.
Developing the K metric, which measures how close the quarterback's eyes are together.
I like it's a evolution of phrenology.
Yeah.
What science,
man. So Seattle now on the clock. They're going to take a lineman for Russ, right? Josh Jones on the board still.
Edge rusher. Yeah, that's. I mean, if they're not going to sign Clowney, they went out and they spent money. They said on Bruce Irvin and some other stopgaps after they approached Clowney originally, is what I read today, and Clowney's number was way too high. Now it's down, but we already spent money on like a couple of guys, so I guess we're not interested, or I don't know. So to me, it has to be a defensive end.
Yeah, it does seem. I'm going to make a prediction here that they end up going with Uter Gross Matos, the kid
Penn
from
State kid.
Yeah, I think that's what they do here. We'll see. I mean,
it would just be such shocking behavior for them to pick anybody that was mocked to us. It's never happened.
It's not their style.
No, it's going to be somebody with grainy footage, that was filmed by a dad on aluminum bleachers somewhere in the rain. And Mel Kiper has to go way deep into the notebook, and everyone's confused. That's what happens every time.
We should have a separate prop bet of, do they have a highlight package ready for the Seattle Seahawks pick?
Right. No, there won't. There won't be. And whoever we draft won't even have a smartphone, so they can't even show the living room. It's going to be a disaster, I predict. But
they're going out to a payphone to
Sean, real quick, it was pick 26 for pick 30, 136, pick 30 and 136, 426. I'm sorry. So Dolphins picking up an additional, I guess that's what, a 4th rounder.
Yeah, and only dropping a few people back. And whenever they make these trades, they do kind of throw out the thing of like, yo, here's who we're gonna pick. So if you're Dolphins, you already have your quarterback, you already have an offensive tackle, load up with some more prospects. Jordan Love, it's clear he's waxing his brows to some degree. This is not good for the. I mean, there's something going on. There's a giant shiny spot splitting his brow. There's clearly waxing, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, our first interview, our first one-on-one here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing some painting there on the eyebrows. Nothing about these eyebrows look natural. So early take on Jordan Love.
Shit.
Yeah.
Packers are gonna suck for a while.
It's just so interesting. The disrespect to Aaron Rodgers continues.
Yeah,
it's
they
like
really
the draft when he started, it was the disrespect, a late round draft pick for Aaron Rodgers, and now late round draft pick, first round pick is continuing the disrespect.
And here's the thing. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, it feels like you got this short window of 2, maybe 3 years of him playing at a pretty good level. Load up on some skill position.
That's what it is.
I don't understand getting ahead of the QB curve for Jordan Love, right?
I'm telling you, they think he's done. I'm telling you, LaFleur, I bet, thinks that he's done. I'm serious.
Well, and it's very clear Rodgers hates LaFleur, and I'm sure it's vice versa. But no one had the Packers taking Jordan Love right there.
Aaron Rodgers is on the live stream on Pat McAfee right now. And quote, we haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years. So that would be kind of cool.
Well, they got a skill player.
Talk about your all-time backfires.
They just not the one they wanted.
Wow.
Wow. Anyway, I still think they're going to take an offensive lineman for Russ.
I still predict they trade out. They got time. They're going to trade out.
Oh no!
I wanted to say, it's fun. I don't know if Sean, if you've done any of these Zoom shows for stand up, because we're stand up comics.
Nightmare.
But it really sucks. It's hard without an audience to have the same charisma. But Roger Goodell needs an audience, man. His charisma has dropped 50 points. I'm making my wife watch the draft. And she's like, who is this dude? What? They can't get anybody else? I'm like, no, he's a commissioner. She's like, yeah, but they can't hire somebody? And I was like, well, I guess not. I don't know. But he is solo energy. It's like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, just have Chris Rock do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, Kevin Hart. Yeah. Come on. Kevin Hart he's on the NFL live stream. Why not just have him make the picks?
Whoever gets canceled for the Oscars host should be the NFL draft. That's how it should work.
Would NFL fans really complain, be like, oh, what, you have some MC announce the picks that it's entertaining instead of Roger Goodell?
Right.
The only reason people like Roger Goodell is because you can boo him. And now he's kind of in on the joke of being booed, which ruins even that. Like, the ruins thing, even being booed.
Your self-awareness is killing us. We don't want self-awareness. We want just haughty idiot.
Yeah, we want you to be really sad when you get booed. You can't be in on the joke and raising awareness for the charity thanks to Bud Light Seltzer. Come on.
If you don't get sad, then we have to get more awful, and we don't feel good about that. Now we have to attack your family or real personal stuff, and then that doesn't make us feel good. We just want a good old-fashioned booing,
Yeah,
booing. We wanted that to work.
Booing is simple. It's like honking the horn. It's the easiest FU that we have. It's the most tame thing.
Yeah,
I really enjoy doing, and he's ruined that. But the Seattle Seahawks pick is in. So
I can't believe it.
You think they're going edge rusher here?
I think so. Yes, I have to believe so. The need is so clear and obvious, and they were saying wide receiver is so deep, but like you said, 6 wide receivers off the board already. So I think they signed the kid from the Patriots already. So I think that It's got to be an edge rusher. I'll be shocked if it's anything else.
Kramer, any? Are you on board with that? What do you think they do?
I mean, I've seen a lot to suggest they're gonna take a edge rusher, but I love watching Russ. I love betting on Russ. I want him to get an offensive line.
Yeah,
And so
I
I'm
wouldn't
not-
be disappointed. Oh, offensive tackle or defensive end, you know? I'd be fine with either of those. Who's this? We got a chef or something?
Yeah,
What the fuck is going on?
Here he is. We're back in Roger Goodell's basement with the 27th pick in the 2020 draft. Oh, great. He's got to give a shout out to hardworking people. Okay, hold. He loves the hardworking people.
He's a fucking robot.
He really is. Pickbot 5000. Jordan Brooks. Ooh, I did not see this guy. Interior linebacker, Texas Tech.
Classic. Classic.
I told you. I
Seahawks.
told you. Wait, let's see if they got a highlight package.
Oh, they're vamping right now. They're going to hold on this train for a long time. Load up the third round pick.
Oh, man.
Okay. Buckus Award finalist. I mean,
Okay, that's something.
did not see them going linebacker at all. But again,
Me neither. Me neither. Maybe they think he can rush the passer. I don't know. But
yeah, there's always those linebackers that are kind of more of a DN, but they said interior linebacker.
yeah, I know nothing about this guy. He looks cool. He looks pretty mean, you know. Here it comes. I'm a little delayed, I think, on my TV, but oh yeah, here's the highlight package. Okay, see, they at least can put the little circle around him. That means that they've at least done enough research to show that this guy was existing.
They had that queued up.
Look, if you want to give Pete Carroll credit for one thing, he's done a good job of grabbing guys that are going to fit his system. So maybe this is the right guy. I don't know.
Maybe,
it's
except
crazy they do this every year.
Dude, our first rounders are shit always. We took LJ Collier last year. He had 3 tackles. Tackles. First round pick. Not 3 sacks, 3 tackles.
Wait, was that who was the Seattle Seahawks pick that was in like a bad ATV injury?
The year before. God, I don't even remember his name. But he sued the team to like try and get wages back.
They're like, we're not sure if he's ever gonna play football again.
Right.
Interesting pick here in the 3rd round.
No, but the ATV accident came after the pick. I'm almost certain. Yeah. Our advanced scouting is not so bad that we miss
Look at Pete
lethal
Carroll.
ATV
Sean,
accidents.
look at Pete Carroll.
Yeah, that's it. And he's needs like a jar for his gum.
He's got Post-it notes on the back of all of his monitors. They're not on.
Oh wait, I gotta see.
All right, well,
that's a lot of tile. Jesus.
Thanks for calling in, Andrew.
Oh yeah,
Sean.
Yeah.
The win total is 9 for the Seahawks next year.
Yeah, are you going over or under 9 wins, Andrew?
Over. Skin of our teeth. I think 10 wins with Russell Wilson's probably about right every year at this point.
You guys always get 10 wins.
10. Not great, but good enough, and then there'll be some disaster at the end.
All right, make sure to follow Andrew on Twitter. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me. Bye, guys. Good luck.
Take care. Oh boy.
Home stretch here, Kramer.
Wow.
A lot of people didn't think we could drink a half-liter of whiskey and do a 4-hour live stream. But we're proving
let's
those
see.
standards wrong.
Brooks was the 64th overall prospect according to Pro Football Focus, 7th overall.
Oh, wow.
linebacker.
So he felt like a third round guy. And again, that was great. Getting Andrew's live reaction to them not taking Gross Matos, the pass rusher out of Penn State. And I mean, what does Baltimore do here? We don't have anyone calling in for Baltimore. 2:40 left on the clock for Baltimore. I could see them just kind of loading up on defense. They got Calais Campbell. Maybe they just say screw it and go Baltimore here. Or I don't know. They're pretty well covered at, tight end. What do you think? They could do anything here because they don't have any glaring needs.
To me, if I'm looking at my board, Sean, there's some obvious guys who I think are first round talent. I think Swift is in there at the running back position. I certainly think both McKinney and Winfield are first round safeties. So I think at this point, if you're able, like, I think the Dolphins are going to get their safety still. They traded back, picked up another pick. They're still going to, I think, get a replacement for Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
If I'm the Ravens, I mean, safety could be on the table for them too. I really like both those safeties. I'm really shocked their McKinney is still there for sure. And then you have like these kind of edge rusher types, like your boy out of Penn State, like Ed Penenza, and then Patrick Queen. I mean, Patrick Queen, I mocked to the Ravens at 28.
Yeah.
I think that could be the pick. He, LSU, he played at the highest level. He played in the best conference, and he was part of a team that just won a championship. For a guy who's going to probably play middle linebacker, I feel like that matters. I'm going to go out on the small limb, Sean, and say that Patrick Queen will be the pick here if they don't trade back. I mean, you look at this team. What are their needs? Their offense looked great. They had some defensive holes, I guess.
Yeah, nothing is glaring. And I think Patrick Queen, the knock on Patrick Queen was that he might need a little bit of development time, but he was certainly played, in the SEC, kind of a freak athletically. And I think the Ravens have the time to develop a guy like that. So, yeah, I think Patrick Queen to the Ravens makes a lot of sense. I think they either go him or Gross Matos because he's fallen so far. I mean, I don't know. I just think Gross Matos, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people had him much higher, and this is the NFL right now in this pass happy league. I don't think you can have too many stud pass rushers. We'll see though.
Sean, are you shocked? No problems with the draft at all. Went very smooth.
No technical difficulties. That was a complete shock. But again, it's the NFL. Like, they have unlimited money. They really shouldn't. I mean, we've gotten by with not any sort of crazy snafu. So it's not crazy to think that they've been
3 hours and 40 minutes. This is surely the longest we've ever done a podcast. We will release this as a podcast at some point.
Yeah, we gotta split it up into a 2-parter, Kramer, because this is a whopper. And of course, perfect time to do the mid-roll for ace per head. Thinking about starting your own sports book? You should. Why not, man? There are plenty of draft prop bets available through Ace Per Head. Ace Per Head, even in getting involved in the sim game. Imagine running your own sports book and sending some sim opportunities to your friends, whoever you could bring in.
Sean, hold on. I'm sorry, but look at that cutout of Eddie O, Coach O in the background. That is amazing. You gotta love it.
And again, sign up at aceperhead.com/SGP. Get up to 6 weeks free. aceperhead.com/SGP. Get up to 6 weeks free. The leader in pay-per-head providers. Great customer service, 24/7 support. Ace per head. They get it done. Kramer, I'm going to co-sign your Patrick Queen pick here. Although I wouldn't be shocked if they go the pass rusher out of Penn State as well. What do you listen to, Ryan? You listen to the broadcast?
Yeah, I was seeing what was going on over here. Is this what is going on here?
The Ravens pick is in.
I'm confused at what just happened.
What do you mean?
Calais Campbell. Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're honoring him, Walter Payton Man of the Year.
That's pretty awesome.
He's a good dude. I'm actually friends with his brother. Funny.
Patrick Queen's going to be the pick, Sean.
It feels like that. Although, again, there we go. Nailed it. Patrick Queen, linebacker out of LSU. So add that to your LSU SEC total there for the number of players drafted. And both
LSU and Alabama right on 4. If I'm counting this right, let me go through the picks here.
Yeah, is that right? Maybe Jefferson, Burrow, Patrick Queen.
Do I have 3 for LSU? Am I off? And the pass rusher.
Oh yeah, Chase on. So that's 4. I don't know how they get to
4.
6. Alabama
also at 4, right?
Well, you have Judy Ruggs, Tua.
5.
And then who else?
Wait, Judy, Ruggs, Tua, yeah, 4, and
I think they had also an offensive lineman.
Wills, yeah. So 4, is that right? They're both at 4. My accounting is correct. Yeah, I mean they were both at 5.5. I have LSU going over 5.5. That's not looking good at this point.
No, that's a tough one right now. Okay, who do we got? Tennessee. Hashtag Titans up our gals.
Do we have someone joining us?
We do. Let's bring him on, Kramer. Hey, man. Thanks for calling in. This is Colin Dawkins. He has the Married to Mariota screen handle. He's a diehard Titans fan. Unfortunately, you got divorced there from Mariota, but what would you like your Titans to do here?
Yeah, we had good times. When you guys said if there's a random Titans fan out there, I felt like you were talking to me. I listen to your podcast all the time, so I had to hop on with you guys. I think the main thing for the Titans, I mean, you're coming off this season where you just get hot, right, and you go on a run. I think that they're looking to add speed now. I don't know if they go wide receiver and a guy like Mims from Baylor, or if they go corner. I think those are the two right now. I really like the kid from Louisiana Tech, man, Robertson. I love him. But you still got Fulton there too. Like you got really good corners on the board right now.
Yeah. How many? How many corners have been taken so far? It's 2,
Just
right?
the 2. I mean that. 3. Terrell also taken.
Yes, you're right.
But I mean, they talked about how the class was light at the top, but it is also that point where everyone understands that cornerbacks are premium in the new NFL. So if that's what they feel like they need, it's okay to go get it right now. Again, taking a player here versus trading down even just like 6 picks, you have that control for an extra year. It feels valuable. I mean, honestly, Sean, I had them taking Bond, the edge out of Wisconsin. I think they're going to go to they're going to help their pass rush here. I think it could be Epinenza. I think it could be the kid out of Penn State. It could be, but I don't know. I'm gonna go out on a limb, Sean. Once again, I've been nailing this draft like a goddamn pinata.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I've been nailing this draft like a girl that's not working right now down in Tijuana. I'm going pass rush. I'm going to explicitly call out they're gonna take Epinenza out of Iowa.
I would hate it.
I'll go. I'm gonna go Denzel Mims. I think Mims is a first round talent, and
to give Tannehill weapons.
Well, and I think I think Mims works with a certain quarterback who isn't afraid to throw contested balls. And if you watch the Titans run there, like Tannehill was just kind of throwing stuff up.
Nah, dude, they still have Corey Davis, man. I believe in Corey Davis.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what would you think about a Denzel Mims here? You gotta like that, right? As a Titans fan.
Yeah, I like it for sure. I mean, Corey Davis is going to be his last year here. They didn't pick up the option with him. You expect a lot more from a number 5 guy like that. But yeah, Mims brings a lot of speed. I mean, AJ Brown came on last year, and he's their number 1 by far. But adding any talent to that offense, they're bringing 10 out of 11 guys back on that offense this year, I think, other than Conklin. So
yeah, and
I mean, they're set. I don't know, but adding weapons to it,
and maybe that's what they do. I mean, offensive line probably not off the board as far as like what they do to either replace Conklin or add depth here. You get the best tackle available. Like, I don't know, that's not crazy. Although
I mean, they have
what the
Dennis Kelly from the DGB trade.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember when
what is going on here?
Eagles traded for DGB, or I was like, yeah, Dennis Kelly, who gives a shit? But meanwhile, Dennis Kelly's still in the league and productive. The Mike Vrabel head coach, the setup there is very bizarre. Whoever's in that Titans full suit, I don't know what's going on. Maybe those are his sons.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, man.
One guy looks like he's got a mullet going on.
I think one of the guys is the guy who was going to cut his dick off if they won the Super Bowl.
he was in charge of that task. Hey, I'm here to cut your dick off. Sorry, you guys. The Super Bowl is clearly worth it.
You got close.
It's gonna. I mean, honestly, it feels a lot like there's going to be a trade here with these last couple of picks. Someone's going to come back into the first round. What I'm worried about, Sean, is we're sitting on a push with our under 4 quarterbacks taken. I'm starting to get worried. Any chance someone comes up to take Jalen Hurts, could it be the Patriots?
I don't know. That just doesn't strike me as Patriots. I mean, Eason is the other guy that maybe crept into the first round, but I think we kind of nailed it that it would be a push at 4, and it was worth taking the under because of the plus value. I'd be shocked if there's another quarterback taken, especially with Miami and Minnesota, unless someone makes a move, but we'll see.
There we go.
Selection is in. Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle out of Georgia.
Wow.
Ooh, interesting.
Don't be shocked if they go all O-line there, and that's what they ended up doing. Didn't go Denzel Mims, still on the board, and maybe that's what the Vikings took Jefferson. So I don't know what the Vikings will do. How do you feel about offensive tackle here?
Yeah, I mean, I think what they're trying to do there is just recreate last year, right? I mean, like Conklin was a first round guy too, earlier, obviously, and they want to give Derrick Henry the ball 400 times a year, and wear him out. I'm not mad about it, man. I mean, I think their offense is pretty set. You want your offensive line. It took a while for that offensive line to kind of get going last year because they added a couple pieces. But when they started getting it together, they were a good team. So,
and as we watch this highlight package, like clear to me, this is an absolute just mauler.
He's a freak.
Does he play right tackle? Does he play guard? Looks like either way, he's going to be a dominant force in front of Derrick Henry, which is
what they're doing. Yeah,
that's scary.
Right.
I mean, Derrick Henry's a big boy, and if he's got 400 pounds, dudes like this in front of him, they're going for it. This Titans team, I mean, the AFC is weak right now, and there is opportunity. And everything I said about the Titans is just the motivation they needed to rally and step it up and find their franchise quarterback and finally get rid of the cancer we've been calling Mariota.
Come on, we're talking to Married to Mariota.
That's all right. He understands what's
we
up.
had our good times. We had times.
No, but yeah, I mean, it really feels like in the AFC right now, it's the Chiefs and everyone else is kind of in the mix. Certainly the Titans are in there, and you got to love a team that just loads up on a guy in the trenches there in the first round. Appreciate you calling in, man. What's the win total at, Kramer?
The win total for the Tennessee Titans next year is at 9. When we did it was at 9. Maybe it's at 8.5 now. Are you still going over?
Oh, really? Yeah, I had it when it came out. It was like even to take 8.5 over. I take it every year. They hit 9 wins every single year for the last 3 years. So
yeah, we know that well. All right, thanks, man.
All right, brother.
Take it easy, guys.
Kramer, home stretch here. 2 picks left. Miami Dolphins, one of them.
3 picks, Sean.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 30, 31.
Isaiah Wilson was 111 in PFF.
Really?
10th offensive lineman. Congratulations. Tighten up.
I mean, I don't know. Just briefly.
Look
at that side. A guy who plays line in the SEC, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because you're playing against other first round picks for a lot of the portion.
And at the end of the day, I think at this is the portion of the draft where, a lot of guys start melding together in terms of tiers. And just like when you're in a big money fantasy draft, like if you want to take a guy, fucking take the guy. And that's essentially what these guys are doing this year, right? They're doing a fantasy draft. They're using Zoom and they're saying, you know what? We need the lineman. We like this guy. He's a monster. He did. You know what do the great coaches always say? Don't tell me what you can't do. Tell me what you can do. And this dude can just absolutely dominate in terms of run blocking.
Well, and again, like the people who are doing those rankings, maybe what they're grading on is probably different than the Titans because the Titans truly are an old school system where it's like they run the ball a shitload of times. I mean, they have Derrick Henry, so
first guard off the board.
Not many teams have a workhorse back like that and kind of build their offense around it. So if you're going to keep him around, then That makes sense.
And Sean, I told you that Georgia was going to go -1.5 against Auburn. I didn't think it was going to be another offensive lineman. I thought it was going to be Swift, but we can currently cash that ticket -105.
And it looks like we'll probably get away with a push on our quarterback bet.
Why you come on, dude?
I am jinxing it possibly. Oh man, it's gonna be weird to see Brady and Gronk in Bucks uniforms. They're just showing some highlights there. The Bucks. Bruce Arians has to be ecstatic, right? I mean, look what they've done in the past 2 weeks, bringing in Gronk and what they've done in the first round. You got to be jacked if you're a Bucks fan, right?
I mean, it honestly, I think they were going to regress positively even without like making all these moves. I think you got to be stoked. We're a little worried about Gronk in Florida. I'm gonna hope he just stays with Tom, and maybe Tom just treats him like a son and kisses him to bed at night, and he just stays out of trouble. Stays out of Corona on the beaches there.
It's one of those things. I would have loved to be on this Tampa Bay team over win total before they brought in Brady, Gronk, and doing all the other stuff that they're doing. But now it's like there's too much attention being brought to this Bucks team. There's going to be the public all over it. They're going to be pounded, and maybe the value is almost going the other way. Although I really like that Bucks team going into last year. I mean, we threw them as like a dark horse to win the division title, and you certainly saw the case for how they would do it. It's just, Winston couldn't end up carrying it, but at 15-1, like I still don't think it was a horrible angle that we were kind of on. And they lost a number of close games. You throw that in with all the pick sixes and turnovers, like even if you just replace Jameis Winston with like, in a weird way, I almost wish the Bucks would have ended up with Tyrod Taylor, because they would have been would have been under the radar. And you bring in a guy like Tyrod Taylor and a guy who's going to limit all those turnovers. And that would have really helped, and it would have kept the heat off the Bucks as like a super team. Dolphins on the clock. The pick is in. Kramer, any thoughts? What do they do here? I wouldn't be surprised.
Safety or running back.
Yeah, and that's looking at the big board they got up there on ESPN. Those are the four best they got. I'll throw the dice here and say they go Swift here. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised they go safety or the other running back.
I think McKinney or Winfield, great pick. I mean, I again, you trade away Minkah Fitzpatrick, you get a first rounder in return, allows you to get a franchise left tackle. So why not take advantage of this extra pick and fill that Fitzpatrick hole back up with the top safety? I think they got. I'd be shocked if they went running back over safety here.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, there's not a lot of value drafting a running back in the first round. And of course, that is one of our.
Unless you're number 26 for the New York Giants, of course. Or big fat Zeke Elliott. He's pretty good too.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what ends up. I mean, Zeke looks like he was packing on the pounds.
What is this? Sean, what are we looking at right now?
They showed DeAndre Swift.
Yeah,
I didn't really see his setup. I was glancing down. What?
Oh my goodness! It was like a giant mural of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Very strange. I really hope we get to see him drafted. J.K. Dobbins,
so now,
more of a classic art, modern vibe.
Then maybe that's his agent's house. Yeah, Dolphins on the clock here. You got Brian Flores, who's, I mean, it's early and they had no talent and they were intentionally tanking, but it seemed like they were playing for Flores. Yeah, we'll see.
Fitzpatrick, man, Fitzpatrick was solid.
Yeah, I tweeted out a photo of the Unabomber special on Netflix where it really looks like Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Where are we going here, Sean? It's got to be a safety, right?
DeAndre Swift.
I'm going safety. And again, what is the logic in having a picture of you on TV behind you? What is that?
And shout out fellow Eagles fan, my boy Dan Hardigan, tweeting in that Vrabel is dipping.
Nice. Well, I mean, it's a long day, you know.
Exactly. And I haven't dipped yet. I've been dealing with some stomach issues on the Prilosec, hitting that pretty hard.
That's awesome, Sean.
And I'm getting a scouting report from Dan's cousin who goes to TCU saying that Jalen Reagor is in fact a beast.
Okay, nice.
And that they kind of wasted his career because of how bad their quarterback was.
I just love that Wentz has no more excuses.
Oh, come on, Ryan. We got plenty of excuses.
No more
but he
excuses.
doesn't need them. The Miami Dolphins select with the 30th pick overall. Who is it going to be? Ooh, Noah Igbenakin.
What?
Quarterback out of Auburn. Definitely not.
No. God damn it, Sean.
Yeah, that only affects Ryan, who had his Auburn prop bet. Really,
well, I can get it back if Swift goes now. I need Swift to go.
You really need that, aren't you?
I need it bad, dude. I need it bad. That's a lot to say. Pronounce that, Sean.
Dude, I tried. Igbenahim. Igbenahim. It sounds like he's from Iceland, but Nigeria. Or at least that the last name's from Nigeria. Wow, his mother was an Olympic athlete. That's pretty sweet.
Okay, sister also a beast. I mean, so I like the pedigree here.
Yeah, known beast pedigree.
Okay, track athlete of the year next to some weird zombie looking dude. Maybe that's the dad.
Oh yeah. All right, closing it out here on the home
stretch.
Vikings 31. What do the Vikings do here, Kramer?
This guy was 55th according to PFF. For those keeping track at home, what are the Vikings? Well, I mean, who do the Vikings go with their first pick, Sean?
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong. The Vikings traded up here into the second round, right? Or did they? What was
they traded back to this position? I think with the Packers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
but I thought the Vikings.
San Francisco.
Okay. But the Vikings, did they already not draft someone, or who drafted Justin Jefferson? Then I thought it was the Vikings.
The Vikings. Yes, they had multiple picks. I think they need I think again, I'm going to once again throw McKinney's name out there. I think one of the safeties goes here. Zimmer will go after a guy like McKinney, I think.
Yeah.
They need help on the back end.
Yeah, I don't see that. Yeah, safety makes a lot of sense for the Vikings.
Who are we looking at here?
Why is McKinney not being drafted? Is there something we don't know as far as like why he's dropping so far?
We don't. I mean, I have to imagine something's going on, or just there's some just for whatever reason that position is being devalued. Because I honestly, I want to say I considered mocking Winfield to Minnesota at 22 because I had McKinney going at 18 to the Dolphins.
Safeties are just not. Have we had a safety taken? I don't think we have.
No, we haven't.
And I understand you want to prioritize cornerback over safety, but that's crazy.
Booger looks a little swollen.
Yeah, dude. He's fucking depressed.
You don't think he was excited to work with Peyton?
What do you mean? He's not working with ESPN anymore.
I know.
They're just openly shopping him and pretending like he's still involved with the broadcast organization.
He's a company man. Look at Zimmer's house.
Zimmer
is a boss.
Yeah.
Look at that fucking deer. That's got to be what, 12 points?
That's a great prop bet. Did Mike Zimmer kill those animals, or did he just buy them pre-mounted?
Does that allow us the cash that does a first rounder hug an animal before hugging a human? Zimmer just having those massive elk faces.
The pick is in for the Vikings. Jeff Gladney, cornerback, TCU.
Wow. Okay, Sean, that was. I feel like you called that.
Did I call that? That sounds like maybe I had that in my.
You called him to the Saints at 24. You called him as a first rounder.
Yes, I did. Yeah, no, I did. I had him Saints 24. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting that no one has drafted a safety here. And of course,
Sean,
yes,
we've been alone for a while.
We have
someone joining us.
Let's bring him
This
on.
is good for us.
Danny Solomon.
Oh,
how's it going, guys? The champs are here.
Oh yes, the champs are here.
You might remember Danny from the Super Bowl preview, representing the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, they are Super Bowl champs. How does it feel, Danny?
I mean, it's a feeling I've literally never felt before. I'm learning new things about it every day, and this is a big day too because the draft. I've never had a draft viewing experience this calm with so low stakes. We can do literally anything. We're not one piece away. We already got there.
Yeah. And I feel like I'm going to go out on a limb here. Everyone is rooting for football to take place and for it to happen in the 2020 season, possibly with the exception of Kansas City Chiefs fan, because if football gets canceled, you are then champs for 1 year. What are you rooting for?
Oh, it doesn't just have to be 1 year. Also, football could completely be expunged from the earth and we could just be the last Super Bowl champions. Something I like about that. I would miss football, but every day I would think we're the champs. Nobody can take it away.
All right, so you're sitting here at 32. It doesn't look like you guys are trading out. Andy Reid, of course, in an awesome Hawaiian shirt.
Swift.
The guy, you knew what he was going to come out with.
What do you we've seen McKinney, the safety, drop. He's still available. No running back has been taken or no safety has been taken. Again, like you said, you guys have no glaring need. What do you hope the Chiefs do? What do you think they do?
I was starting the beginning of the night thinking I really wanted an offensive player. I mean, let's get better at the thing we're already great at. Let's keep that going forever. Keep giving Patrick Mahomes what he wants. But I don't like the idea of drafting a running back in the first round, and I don't think Andy would ever do that. I think Westbrook in the second was the earliest he's ever drafted somebody. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it could, and that'd be interesting, I guess. Like, everything's just kind of curious to me. I'm just watching, like, calmly amused. But, like, if these defensive players look great, there's a lot of cornerbacks on the board still that are very good, or I've been told are very good.
Edge rushers too. I mean, the edge rushers seem to be falling, and again, Epinenza, the kid out of Penn State, Bond, all these guys seem to be almost unanimously mocked in the first round. So I got to imagine that's where they go. I mean, Andy Reid knows how to draft guys in the third round that are fast, that will fit his offense.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Sean. I mean,
I mean, he comes from the Philly thing where they just load up on good offensive and defensive linemen and kind of build around there. Once you get the quarterback, maybe they go Denzel Mims here, but I think which would be fun. I mean,
it'd be insane.
You could just imagine keep throwing wide receiver weapons to your boy Patrick Mahomes. Who knows? Maybe Tyreek Hill, God forbid, comes across another legal situation. He's not able to see the field.
They're broken up. They're out of the house. They're not quarantining together.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's good or bad, but either way, I think it's either edge rusher or maybe they take a shot at Denzel Mims. He's the only skill guy I see them taking. Other than that, I think they either go edge rusher or safety because I don't know, like McKinney, it was like possibly a top 15 pick and no one's drafted a safety. It couldn't hurt to bolster the secondary here with McKinney, who's like the number one safety. I'm still surprised he's still here.
Yeah, and we would be replacing Dan Sorensen with McKinney, I guess, or pushing Dan Sorensen down a peg. So I'd be fine with that. But also, he played really well in the playoffs. He adds juice to the special teams. He gives the team, like, I don't know, some kind of like BYU white guy magic.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he had that run there where it was like he tackled the fake punt, then he got like a forced fumble. Like, he really was a little bit of that Mormon magic that probably Andy Reid is too superstitious to get rid of. So you're right. Maybe they keep him just for the juju.
I think secondary is right, though. I think corner is the biggest thing we need because we brought back Bashad Breeland for this season. And then next season, we have to figure out if we want Charvarius Ward, who's been really good, but was a UDFA. Let's get a first round guy. Let's fucking do it. It's time.
Well, Andy Reid just coughed. We didn't have.
Oh, no.
Don't get it, Andy. I need you.
I can't tell if it's a dry cough or not. Well,
That's wet as shit, dude. That's barbecue sauce.
And that was just from the video alone. It looked like very phlegmy, hearty cough. So you guys,
You're not a doctor.
No, but I pretend to be one on the Sports Gambling Podcast. Danny, I know you're a big Madden fan. We're going to be running a Madden simulation. Have you dabbled? Have you watched any Madden simulations yet? I know you're deep in the Madden world.
Yeah, well, I'm currently in year 8 of my Chiefs franchise that started this past year. So we've grown into quite a defensive team. In addition to Patrick Mahomes throwing deep balls to McCole Hardman, we got rid of Tyreek, by the way.
Oh,
in
okay.
year 6, but we picked up another speedster, so we're good. We're one of the best teams in Madden. But I wouldn't watch a Madden simulation, but I watched the hell out of that fucking tourney that you guys had.
Oh, yeah, that was
very, very sad when KU got bounced in the Final Four. It felt like I was watching the Final Four for a couple of seconds there. I was really high, but well done, guys.
It was amazing. I mean, the football is going to be better. I'm confident. I'm confident to say it. I think the football is going to be way better.
So how's it working? You guys are going to simulate every game for a 16-game season for every single team?
We're going to do
things get bad. Yeah, that's what
yeah. If this is 2021 that we're quarantining till, then by all means.
The plan right now is we're going to do a 32-team single elimination NFL bracket tournament and start off with division games and kind of take it from there. I think
the Chiefs host the Chargers.
Yeah,
first round.
I mean, what, with Tyrod as QB, or how does that work on 20?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Herbert is deemed the starter. I think we'll probably have to keep Tyrod as the starter.
The committee will make a decision based on the nerdy kid who makes the roster. That's what we'll go with that.
The selection is in. Roger Goodell in the sweater and shirt in his wood paneled basement in front of his entertainment center. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I'm fine with it.
Out of LSU.
Oh,
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. A lot of people said that he was the best running back. I know just a few seconds ago, I said I definitely didn't want that. That was a lie. He's adding something to the offense we don't have.
You got it. I mean, he must be a pass catching running back. I honestly didn't have a lot of research on this guy.
Oh, this guy's a beast, dude. No, he's an absolute. I mean, he was a big part of why LSU was good.
Yeah.
He's insane. I mean, the things that I've heard about him, what I can always tell is when the Chiefs beat writers start getting really excited about a guy who's like, I'll check him out. I'll at least take a look. And he catches the ball. He had like 70 catches last season. Yeah, he's a tackle breaker.
And I'm pretty sure if you're downloading the NFL drafts prop sheet, I think that was the 6th LSU player drafted. So pretty sure the over hit there. We'll have to double check that. But yeah, what are you thinking about overall on the Chiefs? I assume I think their win total is something crazy like 10.5 or 11. I'm assuming you're on the over there, Danny.
I just, I think we're at a floor of 12 wins until Patrick Mahomes gets Aaron Rodgers.
Wow, that was really the shock of the draft, in weird fashion, because the Jordan Love draft was very similar to the Aaron Rodgers draft when Brett Favre was the quarterback, late first round pick that no one saw coming, going to the Packers, kind of getting ahead of the curve. So it'll be interesting. Thanks for calling in, Danny. Give Danny a follow on Twitter. Check out his Sorry I Love Football podcast. Very fun. Dan Hardigan, Jamel Johnson. Check it out.
Guys, always a pleasure.
All right. Take it easy,
Danny. Sean?
Yes.
We're somehow going to finish right around 4 hours and 20 minutes.
4 hours.
What are the odds?
Mega draft, mega stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you go to mybookie.ag. Use that promo code SGP. Play, win, and get paid. I thought they started the second round tomorrow night. Wow, this is do they do the whole second round tonight still?
I don't know.
It's gonna be 7 hours.
No, they're not. They're not. No, this is tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow.
All
They're
right,
just saying the Bengals are on the clock.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. Rate, review, and share on the iTunes, and make sure you subscribe to the Madden tournament. Get your entry in now. sportsgamblingpodcast.com/Madden, giving away $10,000 in my bookie credits. Kramer, hit me with a thank you for participating. Lower right quarter.
Thank you for participating in the Sports Gambling Podcast.
For the Sports Gambling Podcast, I'm Sean, second the money green, and he is Ryan.
All rise.
Kramer, let it ride.